equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Well, here we are again, floating through the void. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here today, chat. Not sure how it's possible 2 days in a row we are going to be, I think, going very long. That said, buckle up those seatbelts, spacefans. Got a potentially bumpy journey ahead. Well, try to do a couple of things. It looks like the stream is running okay for now. You know, sometimes it feels like I'm being foisted by someone, somewhere. Every time we start the stream, something crazy happens. Then we go back to being normal. It's just very strange. Good to see all of you, and I feel bad because there's a bunch of people here who I'm not going to be able to shout out. So we had to restart the stream. But good to see new chatter going south. Moanoa, Disco, what you can do. Ecat K, Afroponics, the Anti-Corporatist. Vincent Morales as well in there. Tom Trask. I feel like I've seen multiple people here who maybe new. Got a lot to talk about. Like I said, yesterday we went through 100+ videos. Today we're gonna be close to that. Alright. I guess we start in the usual place. The United States. Let's go to this. Uvalde school officer pleads not guilty to charges of failing to protect kids during shooting.
Well, he feels he's innocent. He feels all he did was show up to try to help those children. I mean, look, there is justifiable righteous anger in this situation. I mean, our position is, should that anger be directed to Mr. Gonzalez? Our humble opinion is that it should not. We have not seen any evidence that would show us that it should. There was over 370 officers there. We have not seen or even heard of a theory of why Mr. Gonzalez is being singled out. We'll get into that more when we see the discovery, but that's going to be a long process. There'll be a number of pretrial hearings to kind of see where we're at. The judge is going to want to gauge where we're at with the state and exchanging information, or them giving us the discovery and us filing motions that we may need once we look at the evidence. So this is going to be a long process. We notified that there's an enormous amount of evidence, and so that's going to take some time.
Yeah, there is an enormous amount of evidence of all these cops just sort of hiding and doing nothing for an unacceptable period of time. Just ridiculous. By the way, how many likes do we have? That Bacula is a rollover Bacula from last stream. We got, oh god, we already have 15 likes. 15 watchers, 15 likes. Okay. What's that? 4. Okay. Pretty sure that's going to be a Jessica. You got a Bacula and a Jessica to start off the stream. Let's go in old school. That is going old school with the emotional support characters. Right, so yeah, I figured we'd start off the stream talking about gun violence through that video. Now this defense attorney is attempting to suggest that he doesn't deserve to be on trial because he's being singled out. And I think they should, in fact, expand these charges to more officers. He's right. In only that. Not right about him being... Did he say persecuted? That was the vibe that he was trying to give off, at least. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was certainly trying to make it seem like that. Tomorrow's your one day off from school? Very nice. Very nice. But you still have to wake up at 6:30. That makes sense. Sounds totally normal. Alright. Let's talk politics, because that is the big and important question right now, as a lot has been happening in the U.S. political arena. I figured we would talk a little bit first about, let's see, how do we, actually we're gonna we are gonna start this, maybe we might skip one of these just because I feel like we should save one of these for Sunday Fun Day. Yeah, let's go to this. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, 23 hours ago. According to them, J.D. Vance is dragging down Donald Trump. Oh no.
Illegal.
Let's turn to the VP that has been selected here, J.D. Vance. Lots of reported regret from the Trump campaign because Vance is polling horribly. After the convention,
historically bad.
Historically, he already was a bad pick because he didn't have enthusiasm in his home state. Trump and Governor DeWine, two Republicans, outperformed J.D. Vance in that state, even though Ohio has been trending red and is fairly deeply red at this point for quite a few years and election cycles. So he's just not a talented politician. He's a bag man. He's close with Peter Thiel. He's made a lot of money himself. And Donald Trump can't spend all of his campaign funds that he's raising on just campaigning. He has to also pay his lawyers because of the legal battles that he's in. So money and big money donors are of the essence. So he picked a charisma suck, and also a guy who, as this gets more mainstreamed, I think it's going to be really off-putting for their core constituency that they need to win over of suburban female voters. J.D. Vance has made just like a bunch of weird comments about women, about families. Some are getting unearthed. We played for you him telling Tucker Carlson in 2021 or 2022 that we couldn't turn over our country to liberals like Kamala Harris, who were, quote, childless cat ladies.
Illegal.
That prompted Jennifer Aniston, of all people, to speak out this morning.
Oh damn!
They're getting the liberal celebrities being on
They're
board.
activating celebrities we didn't even know got involved in
Seriously.
Yeah, this is super Obama
Jennifer
08 in
Aniston
that
gets
way.
Involved in since when?
And
David Arquette's gonna come through.
right, and this those were the comments that we played for you the other day, which were insane. But this was an old speech. Where was this, Bradley?
It's like the Intercollegiate Studies Institute. It's a William F. Buckley
Oh, good. Yes.
founded organization.
Yeah, I was
located
gonna
in
say,
Delaware.
what kind of front organization is this?
Right. So this is just was giving a speech 2 years ago, and he has this policy idea for families. Let's hear him out.
Democrats are talking about giving the vote to 16-year-olds, but let's do this instead.
No, they're not.
Let's give votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes to the parents of those children.
Jesus Christ.
When you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power. You should have more of an ability to speak your voice in our democratic republic than people who don't have kids. Let's face the consequences and the reality. If you don't have as much of an investment in the future of this country, maybe you shouldn't get nearly the same voice. Now, people will say, and I'm sure the Atlantic and the Washington Post and all the usual suspects will criticize me about this in the coming days.
Yeah, anybody
Well, doesn't this mean that non-parents don't have as much of a voice as parents? Doesn't this mean
This guy is such an idiot.
parents get a bigger say in how our democracy functions? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, no, there's just so many problems with what this man is saying. But, you know, I think if this does happen, all we need to do is... Since he's saying everybody who supports Democrats are just cat ladies, we just give cat ladies extra votes per cat. That's all we gotta do, okay? I think we talked about this. Did we talk about this earlier? I think we talked about this just randomly. I figured we'd actually watch this footage. But what about all the people who don't have kids, who also vote? Don't you think that that's going to maybe make them think twice about Mr. J.D. Vance here? I mean, come on. About people who just can't have kids, right? Can't have kids, don't want kids, aren't, you know, just a whole host of things, right? Maybe reasons for you not having kids. Does that mean you should have less of a say? Does that mean that you have less of a stake in our democracy? It's very silly. One dog, one vote? Alright, dogs and cats. What about your fish? We'll work something out for the fish as well. But see how ridiculous this is? Oh, God. Got some very interesting ideas, this J.D. Vance. See a bunch of couches in chat. I feel like that's J.D. Vance related as well. Alright, let's go to this. How former President Trump could profit from Truth Social. Let's talk about that.
Truth Social is a social media platform majority owned by former President Donald Trump and his business partners. These investors say they want to end big tech's assault on free speech.
the type of person to trade X, now Twitter or Facebook, for Truth Social tended to be very passionate Donald Trump supporters.
I don't think that Truth Social was ever a rational endeavor. I see it as a vanity project.
After a buzzy launch, the project has the potential to make the former president a lot of money, despite its struggle to...
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Can barely stand to stay subscribed to CNBC, let alone watching these videos. But we got some good graphs here for us to look at. Hold on. We got to get to those graphs. Where are they? Ah, here they are. Yeah, let's start here.
Social declined to verify its usage data with CNBC and described outside estimates as fake.
Normally, social media companies post KPIs, key performance indicators. They show how many daily active users they have. Trump Media is not posting any of that information right now.
The analytics firm SimilarWeb estimates that TruthSocial.com received 5.3 million total visits in June 2024.
I believe this SimilarWeb company is just sort of like a what do you call it? Like a data, not data broker, like a data aggregator of some kind. Although I suppose they might sell that data. However, if they're even close to being correct, Truth Central is basically just a nonsense place for just specifically nonsense people. 5.3 million monthly visitors. My God, compared to X, which has been completely like gutted to some degree. I feel like a lot less people use X, not that it's completely died as a platform, but even X, which has been struggling more recently, 7 billion monthly users. So what is that? 1,000 times as many. Like, I think it's pretty obvious here that Truth Central, aka Truth Social, is literally worthless as a company. Who the fuck uses X or Twitter? I feel like a lot of journalist types still use it. Like a great number of people do. But I do feel like more regular people are kind of being turned off by it. But then there's like a bunch of, like Elon stans who love X, people in that sort of sphere. Like all the tangential Elon stan spheres. Like, let me think. What are the... I think crypto's the first one that comes to mind. Just like finance type stuff. I feel like finance bros just love Elon. Okay, now let's move away from Trump's completely unprofitable company that he could potentially make billions of dollars off of, because remember, currently all of his stock is locked up according to the IPO agreement, but in about less than 2 months, holy shit, it's almost August. I don't know, I can't remember the exact date, but sometime in September, he will be unlocked from that massive pile of stock that we saw earlier. What was that, like 20 million shares of this company? Which is worth billions of dollars as it stands right now. However, I'm just going to point this out to you all, since CNBC... I'm just not going to go through that whole fucking video. Where is it? There you are. DJT, stock symbol DJT, or Trump Media and Technology Group Corp, is currently down nearly 50% from its high in late March. Yeah, it looks like it was at over $66 a share in March, and is now trading at around $31. So half of that money just disappeared for Donald Trump. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. Okay. Now, let's... Oh, you have 20 likes. Okay. Okay, hold on. A 3. Man, we're going old school. These are all original ESCs. All right. Let's look at this one more video here about Trump, specifically Associated Press from a day ago. Trump turns his focus on...
As you know, 3 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of our country, Joe Biden.
I'm sorry. What is he talking about? Anybody? Anybody? They defeated Joe? In what way? Seems more like Democratic donors and polling numbers defeated Joe, not Donald Trump. It's weird that he's taking credit for defeating him when the election just didn't happen. It's definitely, I'm not sure if it's crazier than claiming that the election was rigged, but it's like on the same tier, right? It's just like, election didn't even happen, but we defeated him. The very best performance you've ever seen. Wait, hold on. I have to make sure you... yep. This screen is missing a Captain Planet. Gotta have the backup. 4chan for soy boys? What is 4chan for soy boys? Oh, Zitter?
So now we have a new victim to defeat. Lion Kamala Harris. Lion. L-Y-I-N apostrophe.
He's got to...
The most...
He's got to spell it out, just in case people thought he meant lion, like L-I-O-N, lion. Roar. Ah. Scary Kamala.
Incompetent and far left vice president in American history.
I don't like the way things have been going under the Biden administration, and why have another 4 years under the Harris administration, which is just a carbon copy of Biden.
I bought into Trump in 2015 because he...
Wow. For a second, I didn't know what was happening. But wow, that zoom out from the t-shirt that she's wearing, that's clearly her in that photo. That's a selfie of her at Jan 6th. And just smiling, yeah, you know, cheek to cheek here. Just so stoked about that. What appears to be evidence? Is that, I think that counts as evidence.
Outsider. He's a successful businessman. He's had, you know, success and failure. And the best way to learn is to fail and then pull yourself out of it. So I just knew that he was going to do a good job for us, and he's shown over and over and over again how much he cares about the American people.
I was supposed to be nice.
You can already hear it, and I think I mentioned this before any of this even happened, because I think it's just sort of the obvious call to make in this situation is that they are absolutely, you heard it from that guy that spoke first, that, you know, they're going to attempt to pin the entire Biden administration's record on Kamala, and it very well may stick, like I was saying before. You already hear one of these guys repeating it. I can't remember, I think I heard a couple of Fox hosts essentially saying that earlier in the week. Son of a bitch.
They say something happened to me when I got shot. I became nice. And when you're dealing with these people, they're very dangerous people. When you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice. You really can't be. So if you don't mind...
Hold on. Self-snitching is so wild. Do you feel, I wondered to myself if she even thinks of it that way, because she just seems proud. She seems proud of it. I mean, why else would you wear the shirt?
People, when you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice. You really can't be. So if you don't mind, I'm not going to be nice. Is that okay? I'm not.
Very changed. I'm incredibly changed. Everybody said I was a spiritual guy, but guess what? No more spirituals, okay? By the way, there's something we're going to talk about on Sunday. Maybe tomorrow even. Depends on my schedule this weekend. I got a couple of things happening during the day this weekend, but we got something. There's something that I noticed recently. One of the things Donald Trump has been saying about Kamala has made me do a deep dive on something that has led me to a very shocking conclusion. One that's in my head couldn't have been true, but in fact seems to be truer than I thought. But I'm going to keep it a secret from you. That's right. You'll never know what I was thinking unless you come back to the next stream. Alright, let's go on. Associated Press from a day ago. Bunch of reporters caught Kamala Harris out here as she was getting off of a plane. And she had this to say about old Donald.
Been asking me about the debate, and I'll tell you, I'm ready to debate Donald Trump. I have agreed to the previously agreed upon September 10th debate. He agreed to that previously. Now it appears he's backpedaling, but I'm ready. And I think the voters deserve to see the split screen that exists in this race on a debate stage. And so I'm ready. Let's go.
Will you do it on Fox News? Comment on the protest yesterday.
So yeah, Kamala calling out Trump. You know, I think she should even step it up even further. She should just start calling Trump a chicken. You know, like it's Back to the Future or something. I think that would get Donald Trump out there real quick. You know, just say he's a scaredy cat. Are you scared, Donald? What are you afraid of? I know it sounds that would ridiculous that would sort of a tactic would work on a grown man, but we all know Donald Trump isn't a grown man. Not inside. Inside he's a child. On the outside he's a leather sack with a wig on. Well, might be real hair. It's hard to say. Kamala rising in polls. Yeah, I saw those polls. She's in at least the most recent poll I saw 1 point ahead against Trump, which is quantifiably much better than negative 6%, which was one of the better polls for Biden. I saw one as bad as minus 8%. And the swing states were terrible. Now she's starting to make some moves, and very quickly so, it would seem. Let's go here. We're going to talk a little bit about the congressional speech given by Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this week. I know we talked about it yesterday, but it does seem to be sort of thing that deserves a little bit more talking about. Oh, thank you for the rockets, Choki. Much appreciated. Okay, let's go to Democracy Now. We're actually gonna look at two different Democracy Now vids on this. Start with this one. And what's funny is yesterday, and we skipped this video because it made me so mad, but we watched like a tiny snippet of it. Remember that CNN video where they interviewed the CEO of the ADL to talk about Benjamin Netanyahu's visit? He was claiming that like basically nobody had skipped the speech and all this other stuff, and it was like one of the most anti-factual like discussions I'd ever heard. All right, maybe that's stretching. That was very bad. Here's Democracy Now! According to them, over 100 lawmakers skipped the Netanyahu speech to Congress amid protests over U.S. support.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. This is War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. Thousands of protesters took to the streets of Washington, D.C. Wednesday as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed a joint session of Congress. Netanyahu had been invited by Republican and Democratic congressional leaders. The speech came 2 months after Karim Khan, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, announced he was seeking an arrest warrant for Netanyahu for committing war crimes in Gaza. During his speech, Netanyahu thanked the U.S. for its support and defended Israel's actions in Gaza.
The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food.
Oh
and
my
that's
God.
more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza.
He just admitted to something horrifying. Did you hear the end of that? 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child? Even if that is true, which I would like to vehemently debate, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt on those numbers, okay? And say that somehow 3,000 calories of food per every man, woman, and child has made it into Gaza since October 7th. That would mean that I did the math earlier, and it's roughly something like 10 calories a day, which I would point out is just drastically beneath what people require. You personally probably eat, thousands of calories in a day because you're a normal human being. And yeah, this guy just said that they've allowed essentially a starvation amount of food into Gaza, and he's acting like it was good. You heard Congress just now clapping for that, and it's just, it is sickening. It is fucking sickening. This guy's...
If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it.
This entire speech is just lies, right? Not only has it been Israel blocking it, even when Israel, the country, like the military itself, isn't directly blocking it, we've seen video after story after story about settlers and other sort of extremist Israelis going to the border, blocking aid trucks from coming in, military doing nothing to stop them, destroying aid. This is just ridiculous. Like, it is so hard to you know what? We're not going to listen to this whole thing. We're going to skip ahead. Give me 1 second. We cannot listen to all of this. Because they're all clapping. They're all clapping, and it just, oh God, it's breaking me. It just breaks me. We've seen enough of it already in the last 2 days.
Address to a joint session of Congress. During the speech, he made no mention of the more than 16,000 Palestinian children killed by Israel since October 7th. Netanyahu's critics said he repeatedly distorted the true picture of what's happening in Gaza. The UN says 500 aid trucks are needed every day as Gaza faces famine. On an average day, Israel allows in just over a quarter of the trucks needed. Netanyahu also never mentioned the word ceasefire during his speech. More than 100 lawmakers, mostly Democrats, skipped Netanyahu's address, including Senators Dick Durbin, Majority Whip, Chris Van Hollen, Jeff Merkley, Patty Murray, Elizabeth Warren, and Bernie Sanders. Vice President Kamala Harris declined to preside over the Senate chamber during his address. She instead was in Indianapolis. Michigan Democrat Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, opted to attend but protested Netanyahu.
Fetterman showed up in a suit for this? Yeah, I know, right? I've never seen the guy outside of sweatpants and a hoodie, and then for Netanyahu, wow, went to Men's Warehouse, apparently.
By holding up a sign that read guilty of genocide on one side and war criminal on the other. Ahead of Netanyahu's address, Democratic Congressmember Cori Bush discussed why she was boycotting the speech.
It's absolutely shameful that after the murder of over 39,000 Palestinians, human beings, after the repeated bombing of hospitals, after witnessing the bombing of religious institutions, schools, humanitarian convoys, refugee camps, and fathers collecting their children's remains in plastic bags, holding their beheaded children, that my colleagues in Congress choose to celebrate Prime Minister Netanyahu, a whole war criminal, by bestowing him the honor of addressing Congress. Because standing up for human rights is more than a talking point to me. I'm boycotting his address.
Outside the Capitol.
Seriously, though, and we've been saying it over and over again. Not exactly like that, but it is absolutely an honor. It's a privilege to come and speak to Congress as he did. The man spoke for over an hour, I would also point out. It was utterly insane. And out of like an hour, I would say like 59 minutes of it must have been all lies. It's just utterly ridiculous. And I am glad that Kamala Harris decided to skip the event, even though the claim is that she had a pre-scheduled event. It's not like they did not know when Benjamin Netanyahu was coming to Congress. They've been aware of it for months. We've been aware of it for months. There's no way that they weren't aware of it. If I knew, then, well, gotta say, that's a pretty low bar. Let's go here to this other Democracy Now! Video. This is Nora Arakat discussing the absolutely horrific approval shown by Congress during this speech. She claims Congress cheered what is essentially a war on children, quote unquote.
Well, I'd like to bring in Noura Erakat. Noura, if you could also respond to Netanyahu's speech and what was most striking to you. I mean, the number of times the audience broke into this enthusiastic applause.
I think that was probably the most disturbing, because for those of us who have followed this for 292 days now, we have understood the blatant lies that Israel has said, that all of its apologists have made. But to watch U.S. Congress jubilantly cheer on, scramble over one another in order to cheer for essentially what is a war on children. When Netanyahu says they want to finish the job is annihilation. It is extermination. It is genocide. They have flattened all of Gaza. It is reported that it will take 10 to 15 years just to clean up the rubble. There are no hospitals. Children cannot be treated. There is now a spread of polio. And U.S. Congress is applauding for this jubilantly, at one point breaking out into a chant of USA, USA. And so as I watch that, one of the things that occurs to me is how the debate within the United States approaching the election in November has taken on the stance that there is a demarcation or a distinction between foreign policy and domestic policy, what happens over there and what happens at home, as if those things are not entwined and imbricated. Right now, those chants at home echo an entitlement to kill.
Exactly.
Echo an entitlement to plunder, to destroy.
This is an endorsement of everything Israel is doing right now. It is implicit and explicit, right? It's implied, and then getting up and clapping it is the explicit part, I think. But honestly, the invitation is also explicit. Like it is just so clearly a tacit approval of everything that Israel has done and is continuing to do, that was continuing to happen as he spoke. As he spoke, children in Gaza were starving. 15,000 people needed to be evacuated for purely medical reasons. The entire population was on the brink of starvation and getting bombed actively by Israel with the bombs that we gave them. And it's just, it couldn't be any more clear when we do something like this. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. I'm trying to remember where the other spot. I think it's right here.
It's Nora Erekat, Palestinian-American attorney. If you could comment on his comments. And also, you know, it's not just Fox, it's MSNBC, it's CNN, when castigating the protesters outside. There was also, I was watching a debate between a Democratic representative and a Republican representative on CNN talking about why Kamala Harris wasn't there. While the Republicans said it was unforgivable, the Democratic representative didn't say, well, she was taking a stand and didn't want to preside over Netanyahu addressing Congress. He said she simply had another engagement. Don't worry, she's meeting with him today. Your overall response?
Ugh, that's my response.
I have two overall responses. The first is shame. Shame, shame, shame on the Democratic Party for allowing a president that they didn't trust to enter into a debate or to make a comment without misnaming world leaders, to make policy on the lives of Palestinians and their futures for 292 days. They are more worried about the optics in this election than they are about the lives of Palestinians, which indicates very well that they are deriving their power from the slaughter of Palestinians, that this machine is functioning on those campaign donations, on those weapons manufacturers, on those Islamophobic institutions who are fomenting this so that 67% of the Democratic base cannot be represented adequately by their leadership. My second reaction to that is salute.
Oh, God, she's just so right. We don't even need the second reaction. The first reaction was just so on point. Holy shit. Because, yeah, those are the points that I was planning to make. But, of course, she knows her shit. She got in there. Said it all clearly. They are clapping those AIPAC dollars. It's a veritable... Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. No, this is a 18+ stream, right? It's a veritable circle jerk is what it is. The Christo-fascists need... Oh, God. I'm not going to say all that, but you're right. You are right about that. They are planning to summon Jesus with their apocalyptic spell. First, they just need a different sort of genocide to happen. Totally fucked. Absolutely fucked. Let's go to this now. This is from that meeting, which was just mentioned. That being Kamala Harris and Benjamin Netanyahu. They met in the vice president's ceremonial office. Oh my God, who has the microphone?
Welcome, Mr. Prime Minister, and I look forward to our conversation. We have lots to talk about.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Now get the fuck out. Seriously though, whoever had that mic, just wow. Can't believe they're getting paid for that. It's terrible. All right, let's go on to this. This was Kamala Harris directly after that meeting, saying, "I will not be silent."
So I just had a frank and constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I told him that I will always ensure that Israel is able to defend itself, including from Iran and Iran-backed militias such as Hamas and Hezbollah. From when I was a young girl, collecting funds to plant trees for Israel, to my time in the United States Senate and now at the White House, I have had an unwavering commitment to the existence of the State of Israel, to its security, and to the people of Israel. I've said it many times, but it bears repeating. Israel has a right to defend itself, and how it does so matters. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization. On October 7, Hamas triggered this war when it massacred 1,200 innocent people, including 44 Americans. Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual...
This first minute is pretty garbage. Everything she's said up to now has been pretty bad. Not gonna lie. Not great.
Violence, and took 250 hostages. There are American citizens who remain captive in Gaza. I also expressed with the Prime Minister my serious concern about the scale of human suffering in Gaza, including the death of far too many innocent civilians. And I made clear my serious concern about the dire humanitarian situation there, with over 2 million people facing high levels of food insecurity, and 500,000 people facing catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity. What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. The images of dead children and desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety, sometimes displaced for the second, third, or fourth time.
Now, this here is the Kamala that we should all want from the last minute. The first minute was garbage. Second minute was completely on point, and it actually, I think, if you dissect what she said, she sort of went point by point and sort of refuted a bunch of what Benjamin Netanyahu just got done saying in Congress, which certainly is the vibe I'm into, undoubtedly. And so let's just hope that this is the Kamala. The fact is that was a very two-sided sort of 2 minutes there.
We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent. Let's get the deal done so we can get a ceasefire to end the war. Let's bring the hostages home, and let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people.
So yeah, I'm super about all of that too. And honestly, that vibe does feel like an improvement from what we have been hearing from Joe Biden. So if we can have that in the office, I'll take the incremental improvement. Who was the reporter last speaking on Democracy Now! Before? Oh, that was Nora Erkat. I'm not saying that right. It's like Noura ERA. Hold on, ERAKAT. Yeah, oh, I spelled that right. Okay, hey, I'm killing it. All right. Now, okay, let's go to this. This is from the Guardian News from 7 hours ago, where they asked Donald Trump some questions. Hold on. Relating to Kamala and those statements she just made. Hold on, I think I have to line this up. Like here?
San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build. And I think her
that expedites the deal.
Okay, that's good enough. Oh, look, he's hanging out with Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh. Where is this? Is this it? Is this Mar-a-Lago? This has got to be Mar-a-Lago.
And I would hope that those comments don't change that.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to Kamala Harris's remarks yesterday?
Say it?
Do you have any reaction to Kamala Harris's remarks yesterday after she met with the Prime Minister?
No, I have no remarks. She's a radical left person. San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build. And I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice.
Oh.
Pertaining to Israel.
Oh, they weren't very nice. That's so sad.
Illegal.
This should be illegal. Having Benjamin Netanyahu over for tea. This is Mar-a-Lago, right? I'm not losing my mind. All right, let's go. Let's go to this. This happened. This happened a little bit before. Before that question and answer there with Donald Trump. Let's see what happened with Kamala here. This is from 15 hours ago.
Kamala!
Hello. Hi.
Hey there.
Oh, hi, you're both together. Oh, it's good to hear you both.
I can't have this phone call without saying to my girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This is going to be historic.
We called to say Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you and to do everything we can to get you through this election and into the Oval Office.
Oh, my goodness. Michelle, Barack, this means so much to me. I'm looking forward to doing this with the two of you, Doug and I both, and getting out there, being on the road. But most of all, I just want to tell you the words you have spoken and the friendship that you have given over all these years mean more than I can express. So thank you both. It means so much. And we're going to have some fun with this too, aren't we?
We're going to have some fun. Okay. Hey, we like fun in space. I'm not mad at fun. Pro fun. We have an entire day dedicated to fun. I mean, that might be stretching it. It's called Sunday Fun Day. It's not, the whole day isn't fun. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, if you didn't quite get what just happened, Barack Obama and Michelle Obama both just endorsed Kamala Harris for president. That's big news. That's big news. We had heard previously, earlier in, I think, maybe this week, or, yeah, it must have been, that Barack was holding off on endorsing Kamala, but seems like that is no longer the case. Alright, how are we doing on time? 56 minutes in. Not bad. Not bad. We're doing okay. How are we doing on likes right now? Let's see. 29 likes. Wow, 1 like away from 30 to get that third emotional support character in here. Alright, let's do this one today? I feel like this is a good Sunday fun day. Let's go to this instead. Yeah. So, let's talk about a current problem. If you're not aware, Supreme Court recently ruled that anti-camping laws from, I think, the late 1800s or something like that can now be used to essentially eject homeless people from wherever they happen to be, essentially making the unhoused criminals. And things have been progressing. We've already seen a number of stories involving entire homeless communities being ousted from where they are. Well, that is continuing in California, and we have one person to thank for that. That is Gavin Newsom. Local leaders react to Newsom homeless order from Crown 4. This is from a day ago.
Crown 4's Teresa Stasio continues our team coverage right now. She's live for us in the newsroom.
Well, hi, Justine. This is a controversial subject for many local politicians. On one hand, the mayors of 3 large Bay Area cities saying that they are making inroads. But advocates say it is a daunting situation with no easy fix. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom issuing an executive order Thursday to clear encampments. The bottom line, the governor says enough is enough. Fix homelessness.
As we can enforce the law, anybody sitting, lying, sleeping, we actually can enforce the law.
In San Francisco, Mayor London Breed.
Wow. If you're sitting down, according to Mayor Breed, they can arrest you now. Good God. You know, I know that they've received a lot of criticisms from the right over homeless people in San Francisco, but this is the wrong move. Deal with it the right way. They're refusing to do that, though. They're refusing to do that. It's very frustrating.
Back.
Our goal is not to criminalize homelessness. We have offered people shelter and space, and many people are declining the offer. And so if we have people who are declining on multiple occasions, it gives us the ability to enforce the law.
She wasn't the only one defending their city while also saying dealing with homelessness was forefront on their agenda. In San Jose, the mayor has pushed for tiny homes and has directed staff to find more solutions.
Yeah, well, that is the solution, is tiny homes, right? And other sort of actual housing solutions. Because what they talk about, when she says, we've offered them shelter, it's usually with a great number of conditions that go along with it that homeless people don't want to abide by. And it just complicates the situation. And that's part of the issue here. You know? Very frustrating. Makes me glad that Newsom is no longer in the conversation at all. Seeing stories like that reminds me why I'm not a big fan of his. All right, let's go on to this. This is just a what do you call it? This next one is just sort of the same type of stuff. Very well, it's related to housing. It's not the same situation, but there's very much parallels between these two. You have 30 likes now? Oh shit. Okay. do that in a second. Actually, I'll do that now. 18. I think that's Sam Cedar. So yeah, let's go to Canada. Talk about this situation. We already talked about, I think it was Monday, I want to say. This is just a follow-up story on this. If you recall, a apartment building did a mass eviction, I think over the weekend. And essentially, this apartment building in question was a place that had been for low-income people, people who had struggled with being unhoused in the past, and suddenly, very suddenly, they were all literally just ousted from their apartments, had all of their shit, all their stuff taken from their apartments, and just basically thrown out. And so far, from what I can tell, the government has done nothing about it, leaving these people in a serious bind. And it's very likely some of them will wind up being unhoused for some period of time. Unclear how long.
Tenants at 285 College Avenue picking up new keys to their homes on Monday after being suddenly evicted last week. Devaney Hudson says she'll have to start from scratch.
We're pretty invaded here, you know. All of our personal belongings got thrown out, and within 3 hours.
Tenants describe men going through the units during the evictions, throwing out people's belongings and furniture, and offering them cash to leave.
My friend's, she has a baby here. Yeah, and they even took all of.
I'm just going to point this out to you in case, for whatever reason, you're not picking up on this yourself. That's not how offers work, usually. Usually an offer, you say, here, would you like this money for a thing? Or this, would you like to do this trade? And then the other party gets to say yes or no. It's not, hey, we're in the middle of ripping all your stuff out of your apartment. Would you like some money? It's like, no, that's the wrong sequence of events there. That's not how it's supposed to go.
And she's telling them I didn't even grab my Pampers yet. What are you doing? And they just kept loading up and throwing it out.
The residential tenancies branch issuing lockout.
Her Pampers, her baby's diapers. They're just throwing them out. Unfucking real.
To the landlord on Friday and hiring a locksmith to rekey all the doors, though the landlord has been given new keys as well and has access to the building. Paladin Security, RTB representatives, and Winnipeg Police were on scene Monday to assist the tenants returning. Marion Willis from St. Boniface Street Links was there as well. Willis says the building's owner, Kelly Vassis, is charging her for trespassing.
I have a trespassing ticket in the back, and it's $672 that I must pay by August. And if I go back in to advocate for any of our clients to enter the building, the police will be required to arrest.
I love how Global News claimed that they were here, that the police were here to assist in the situation. And by assist, they meant handing out $700 tickets for trespassing for somebody who is advocating for people to go back into their domiciles. Weird. That doesn't seem like helping so much as what's the word? Just disgusting. Like the gall for them to call that helping is ridiculous. Just wild. Government should be doing the opposite of that. Instead of protecting the the landowners and the landlords and all these people, maybe protect the people who are needing protection. Maybe it's a radical idea. Alright, let's stay in Canada for a little bit here. We got a few things to talk about. This is something we talked about, I think, weeks ago. Maybe even over a month ago. There was a lawsuit brought by the government against a company called Loblaw for an apparent bread price fixing scandal that had hit Canada over a number of years. They have now agreed to pay $500 million to settle that lawsuit.
$500 million. That's how much Loblaw and its parent company, George Weston, have agreed to pay in a lawsuit brought against it and Canada's major grocers, including Metro, Walmart Canada, Giant Tiger, and Sobeys owner Empire, relating to a 14-year scheme involving price-fixing bread discovered in 2015. Nearly $100 million has already been paid out to customers in the form of gift cards.
Every purchase feels like you're overpaying. I mean, it doesn't, a lot of times it's rare that you feel like something is like fair price.
Everything is expensive, including bread and everything, even the milk, everything.
Galen Weston apologized to customers and said this behavior should never have happened. But both Metro and Sobeys tell Global News there's no evidence their companies or employees contravened the Competition Act.
The other grocers continue to deny that they played any role in it. What it looks like is that those two bread supply companies perhaps colluded, and we've seen...
Yeah, of course they're denying it. Everybody is denying that they're colluding and price gouging. But the more you look, the more you find it. There's been multiple stories like this. Not just in Canada. We saw, let me think, what are the recent ones? We saw one in the UK and in Australia, I think. And I feel like if regulators looked a little harder, they'd find it everywhere. I mean, we've talked about RealPage, which is a multinational corporation, helping landlords collude with one another. Wonder how much money people are owed on that shit.
No evidence that grocers other than Loblaw's participated in that.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh expressed disbelief at the financial outcome of the bread price-fixing scheme.
You want to know how much Canadians were ripped off? To the tune of $5 billion.
He renewed his call for a federal price cap on grocery essentials, highlighting how much he paid at a Toronto Loblaw.
A baby formula, something that's very essential, on sale, this is over $50. You're getting ripped off.
This is Loblaw shared its second quarter earnings. Profit was down compared.
Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god. By the way, at the end they say profit was down. That never actually means that they lost money. Remember that. It just means that they made less money than they were expecting. Which is always very, very sad.
Follow the rich white man.
Oh god, profits only increased 1% instead of 5%. God damn it, what are we going to do without that? Alright. Let's move along. Have I hydrated? Did you ask me to hydrate? I haven't even seen a hydrate. I haven't even seen a hydrate command go on Twitch. Oh, now Princess Mononoke is telling me to. Okay. Okay. Hydrated. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, let's go to this. As, we got some other economic news in Canada to talk about. As the Bank of Canada has decided to cut interest rates for the second time in a row at their, I think, monthly meeting. So they have now cut their rates to 4.5%. As the bank believes inflation is coming down fast enough.
The Bank of Canada announced another interest rate cut today, taking its policy interest to 4.5%. CBC's business reporter Scott Peterson has more on the central bank's decision and what it could mean for consumers.
Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem took a bit of a victory lap of sorts, saying that three main pillars of his economic policy are in fact working. One with the monetary policy, saying that it is working to relieve price pressures, and that we can read into all those 10 historic bank increases back starting 2022 to 5% overnight rate have in fact cooled the economy. It's stopped borrowing, household spending is down, all by design to slow the economy. The second...
Ooh, the magical Bank of Canada fixed it. It's all them. Sure. BreadTube has a different meaning now. Oh boy. I feel like that. I feel like that just keeps within the meaning of BreadTube. Speaking of bread, let's talk about this. This is from a little channel called More Perfect Union. How Uber is destroying food delivery. This is something I recently talked about. I swear to God, I went in on this recently, and they. Well, you'll see.
Ordering food delivery feels a lot more luxurious than it used to. Not because the food's gotten any better or the experience or anything really. It's just all gotten a lot more expensive. I put this order together on a delivery app and it came out to $36 with tip. But I'm a consistent guy. Ouch. I usually order the same thing when I get Chinese food. So I went to my email and looked through some old receipts and saw that in 2019, the same exact order was only $19.27. 26.
What? That's $20 more.
With inflation. We all know that ordering on the app has made things more expensive. But why? Look at all these fees. Service fee, okay, that makes sense. They're providing a service. Delivery. But then what's delivery fee? And this one irks me the most. The New York courier fee, which Uber defines as offsetting new minimum wage laws. Minimum wage laws that the companies that make these apps lobbied to kill. It's almost like they're hiding the real reasons costs are so inflated by blaming being forced to give their drivers living wages. The real culprit.
No kidding. Wild. Oh boy. And yeah, they lobbied the hell out of minimum wage laws being applied to their service. Spent millions and millions of dollars to try and keep that from happening. It kind of tells you just how much money they were making off of not paying people minimum wage. We can't watch this whole thing because it's like 20 minutes long. But there's a couple of spots I thought we would hit. Do we have this? We'll start here. Yeah.
Uber would not be where it is today if it weren't for a very special entity, the SFMTA.
That's the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. Uber started as an SF exclusive, providing black cars that cost around 1.5 times a normal cab. In the next few years, Uber saw a ton of investment from venture capital funds and traditional investors. This huge influx of cash allowed them to do a simple trick: make Uber rides really cheap. Do you remember that? When an Uber was cheaper than a cab? The cheap cars let Uber dominate the market. Drivers from small taxi companies started Ubering because it's where all the customers were, and at the time, the wages were good. Riders started defaulting to Uber rather than trying to hail a cab or even take public transit. And
yeah, and the way that they were able to do this, if you're unaware, was that they had a massive amount of venture capital money by way of people like Peter Thiel. And so they were basically, Peter Thiel, for a while, you were getting, in many of these gig economy app delivery services, right, all were much cheaper for a short period of time, and not that short, but like almost honestly, like it felt like, I think maybe like a couple of years, they were just basically pulling an Amazon. They were unprofitable. They had investor money that was propping up the company and was literally subsidizing your food, subsidizing your taxi cab rides to get you using the service, right? And then once they finally destroyed everybody else who might have been a competitor, then they started ratcheting up those fees. They finally decided that they wanted to start making the money, and so they've done just that. And they went from a completely unprofitable model, like Jesus Christ, when did Uber start? 10 years ago? To now making billions of dollars. But hold on, we're not done talking about all of this.
Word for it. Shitification is a theory I came up with to describe how platforms decay.
by platform, he means web platform. But this goes beyond the internet into real life. It's a three-phase process.
Phase one, the platform is good to its end users. The users pile in, they get locked in.
Think of Google or Facebook, platforms that started off free and were actually pretty good tools. Tools that slowly became nearly mandatory in modern life.
Phase two, confident that those users are locked in and aren't going to go anywhere. It makes things worse for those end users, and it gives treats to business customers.
Ooh. So for Facebook or Google, that's when you realize that since you weren't paying for anything, you were the product being sold. And they both gave you up to data collectors and advertisers, knowing full well you'd made the platforms an essential part of your life.
There's lots of different technical tricks to lock in users. Like if you're Uber, you can drive all the taxis out of business and cause disinvestment in public transit. If you're Amazon, you can lock people in by getting them to pre-commit to buying a year's worth of shipping in advance with Prime.
Then comes phase three.
Once those business customers are also locked in, it takes away all that surplus and it gives it to itself.
Let's apply that to Uber. They made Uber easy to use, cheap, and readily available.
Yep. And people mentioned Walmart in chat, I think. But Amazon honestly took Walmart's cake on this one. I feel like Walmart used to be the epitome of this sort of what do you call it? Like, is there even a word specifically that describes this? Basically just crooked bully capital. I mean, that is what capitalism is, right? But Amazon did capitalism the best. They went a long time doing a bunch of fucked up shit to get where they're at now. Hold on, there's a little bit more, I think. Should hit. Actually, I think we get it. I think we get it. That made no sense. Did I say something that made no sense? Oh, God. That does happen sometimes. Okay, let's look at this real quick. Apparently, SAG-AFTRA video game performers are now going on strike over AI concerns. This is from a day ago out of the Associated Press. So yeah, the video game industry, of course, has a bunch of performers. If you've ever seen sort of like the making of video games and stuff, you got people all across the spectrum that are involved, from music to acrobatics, acting, and so on and so forth. And those people are in the SAG-AFTRA Guild, if I'm not mistaken, and they have decided to go on strike over their concerns about AI.
We've announced a strike on our video game contract. As of 12:01 a.m. tomorrow, work will stop on all affected titles for all members of this union until we are able to receive a counter from our bargaining group that gives us the AI protection specifically that we need. There's significant loopholes in the language that we got back, loopholes that would affect or leave open exploitation, the possibility for exploitation, both for members performing with their voice and with their movement, or in some cases all three. Until we see it in language that we can reliably tell our membership is safe for them to continue working under, then we need to exert this degree of pressure on our bargaining group to indicate our seriousness about this issue.
Okay, cool. Pause. Beware, fellow plutocrats, the pitchfork's coming. I have seen that, actually. TED Talk. I feel like that was from years ago now. Oh, I gotta hydrate. Okay. Well... it's that time. Galactic intermission. Now, if you haven't already, make sure that you hit that like and subscribe button. It really helps out around here. Now, if you've done both of those and you still would like to help out, well, here's a great idea. You can go on Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Whoa, what just happened? Oh god. My chat just froze. There we go. Link in chat there. And by becoming a Galactic patron, you can get access to a whole host of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Just a few dollars a month. You get things like adding sweet GIFs and or pics to screens like this. Shoutouts at the end of every stream. As well as much, much more. Things so secret I can't even name them right now. Anyway, chat, enjoy this break. Grab yourself a drink, perhaps a snack. I'll be right back. All right. Calling all space fans, the environmental portion of this show is about to begin. Okay, well, we got a lot of stuff to talk about with the environment today. And I hate to be doomerific, but things ain't looking good right now. Chat, things are... well, they're fucked. It's the only way I can put it. Things are pretty fucked right now. Does that mean they'll be fucked forever? No. No, we have things we could do to help unfuck it. But we're not doing those things enough, unfortunately. But let's talk about some examples of people doing good things for the environment before we get into all the bad things that are happening to it. And with it. Let's go to this first. News Channel 5 from 2 days ago. So your power stays on. NES is using unique tools to keep animals off of equipment.
Oh yeah, there's some right over there.
When your work is mostly outside, wildlife is part of life.
This is where most of Madison, Hendersonville gets all of their immediate service from.
Anthony Brewer is an engineer with Nashville Electric Service.
This one doesn't go to this, but it would go on top.
If it's on the fritz, fried, or involves feathers or fur, Brewer's there.
If someone had told me this a couple of years ago, I'd be like, no way.
Wildlife, just like weather, can cause power outages.
This particular bird family's been here about 2 or 3 years.
Birds of prey, like these ospreys, nest high up, you know, to get that bird's eye view.
So the elevated spot gives them a great hunting point. From there, they can see anything that crosses the road, whether it's a rabbit or a squirrel, chipmunk.
NES will actually install aluminum platforms for birds who've made a nest on a power pole. This is the utility's stockpile of supplies that keep animals away from equipment and safe from electrocution.
And that's the bar that they use to swoop down and get prey, or after they get up in the air like that, they're such a large bird, it helps them gain momentum to take off flying, to be honest. So
you're helping them out.
You're helping them out, right?
So yeah, to avoid birds getting either electrocuted or destroying the electrical equipment themselves, they've decided to adapt and create places for birds to nest on poles safely, and also to hunt from them, which is just just incredible. Oh boy, such a simple solution. Just stick a platform on top of it. Simple but effective. All right, let's go on. Let's go to this one now. I think we watched this already, but it's a good story. It's another good story. Another example of things we should be doing to help make humans more, what's the word? A part of, more, less detracting from, but adding to, or not destroying the environment, but in fact making it as it should be, while having it still benefit humans. Let's go to this. Washington is restoring Olympia Lake back to its original state.
Muck might be the best word for it.
It looks like
dirty, I guess.
Oh, Capitol Lake is dirty, all right, and it has been for decades. Once they discovered invasive snails here in 2009, the lake was closed for recreational use.
It is hard to believe, though, that they used to have the hydroplane races around that end and back.
Sherry Tompleson remembers swimming here.
My parents grew up here, my grandparents. Happy that my parents don't have to see this.
This is cool. This is really cool.
Ann Larson is in charge of the project to turn Capitol Lake back into its natural state, an estuary. And while this phase ain't pretty and doesn't smell great, Larson says it's a valuable opportunity for those working on the restoration. Most of these exposed areas are usually submerged.
We're seeing all the infrastructure, we're seeing the sediment, we're seeing the channeling, so this is just a good way for us to see all of what's underneath the water.
Lowering the level has revealed trash and other signs of humans, as well as remnants from when the area was home to shanties and houseboats. The state created the lake in the 1950s by building a dam on the southern tip of Puget Sound. The reflecting pond hosted festivals, swimmers, and water skiers before becoming polluted.
Yeah, they're going to be removing the dam, allowing the waterway to be as it was previously, as the dam is no longer really doing anything helpful anymore. And so, yeah, I think this is a good development happening here. We need a lot more of this stuff, though. Way more. Just so much more. Invasive snails, that's right. The snails are coming. Snails are coming. Okay, let's look at a very disturbing story relating to human, at least most likely, human activity. The EPA is currently investigating why lead-contaminated rocks are washing up along east coast, well, that's the only coast, of New Jersey.
Federal officials are investigating why toxic metal keeps washing up along the coast in Keyport, New Jersey.
Yeah, the contaminated rocks have been washing up for years.
Is chat making shanty jokes? Okay.
But only recently has testing confirmed that they are contaminated with lead.
Eyewitness News reporter Tony Yates has the latest on the investigation and the cleanup efforts from Keyport. Tony.
Yeah, you know, people from Keyport told me that for decades you could walk along Bayshore Beach here and pick up pieces like this. Well, thanks to the New York, New Jersey baykeepers who had these pieces analyzed, they have been identified as what's called lead slag. Thanks again to the baykeepers, beginning on Monday, the cleanup begins.
We've lived here 22 years, and for 22 years, it's been on our beach. 22 years. It's all over our beach. This is not something new to us that live here.
It's high tide now, but at low tide, Karen and others say thousands of pieces of lead slag can be seen along the shoreline. New York, New Jersey baykeeper Greg Rimald first noticed it days ago.
That seems bad. It seems bad.
While trying to figure out who illegally cut down shoreline vegetation here.
It's our front yard, so it's really incumbent that any potential hazards or any contamination going from landfills that are not properly closed are addressed.
There is concern about the environmental impact of the slag along the shore as well.
No kidding.
Dead sea life, lots of it.
Our beach was covered in horseshoe crabs. This time of year, from one end to the other, you had to be careful. There were horseshoe crabs everywhere. Now, whenever I walk the beach, all I see is dead horseshoe crab shells.
Congressman Frank Pallone Jr., the DEP, the EPA have all responded. Monday, a team will be here to begin cleanup.
Given what we know about lead's toxic qualities and adverse health effects, especially to children, it was clear that we needed to take immediate actions.
Now, unfortunately, New Jersey has a long and storied past as it relates to the disposal of toxic waste, and it's highly likely that that is a factor in what we're looking at here. Now, will it turn out that that's the case? Maybe not. I am speculating. But I suppose we'll see, because the EPA is doing an active investigation on this. Who wants to take bets? Just kidding. No bets. No bets here. All right, let's go on to talking about, well, a bunch of shit. Actually, wait. Let's do this first. Take it back. I take it back. I want to watch another piece of this. This is that Al Jazeera documentary we were watching yesterday, but it was like an hour long. Alright, not an hour, it's like a half hour long. And we watched like 2 minutes of it, so let's watch a tiny bit more. Let's see. Hold on, don't start.
Exploited to be sold on the open market for the top price.
In the past few hundred years, we have severed ourselves from the living world. Our economic systems have done it for us. Our political systems have done it for us. Urbanization has done it for us.
Roman Krznaric is a social philosopher who writes about the power of ideas to create change. His work has been published in over 25 languages.
I think that human beings' modern relationship with the living world actually isn't modern at all. It goes back to medieval times, particularly in Western culture, and the Christian idea that the earth is there for us to have dominion over. It's there for the benefit of human beings, and that we can use and abuse it at our will. But I also think our economic systems have been too. I mean, capitalism, that economic philosophy has been one which is also about dominion of the living world. In other words, we're driving for self-interested profit, and the impacts of that are kind of secondary.
Yep.
In an increasingly urbanized world, we've created a bubble.
Profit first, then maybe worry about the negative impacts after, but that's inconvenient too, usually. You're complaining to the HR department in space for the break not being long enough? To cook ramen? My god, I'm sorry. It was a short break, I mean. We have a huge amount of stuff to talk about with the environment today. Because those fires we've been talking about recently have only... well, they've only gotten worse. They've only gotten much, much worse. And that's only one of the stories we have to talk about.
Ourselves that prioritizes industrial efficiency and predictability while diminishing and even exotifying the value of other living beings and natural processes. Underlying this phenomenon is what's called the extinction of experience. We're all increasingly disconnected from nature. Yes, we do interact with each other and domesticated animals and the like, and yes, all of that is nature. But our deep engagement with the rest of the natural world has been radically reduced. In effect, we're all living through the extinction of experience, and as a result, an incredible number of us have no concept of the myriad of organisms, networks, and processes that keep this planet safe and habitable.
Yeah, and that's depressing, which is why I think in the past I've been pretty much, you know, I think I've talked about how people, to some degree, need the tactile experience of nature to understand things slightly better. Why am I on Top Chat on YouTube? What in the actual fuck? That is incredibly rude.
How rude.
Soul Life? I don't see Soul Life in here. Okay, let's go a little bit further into this. Yeah, I think we need to watch this part too.
beings, and all we can do is destroy them.
A prime example of humanity's destruction of the very systems that sustain our survival is right beneath these waves. The largest living structure on Earth, the 25-million-year-old Great Barrier Reef. Coral reefs are the world's most diverse symbiotic ecosystems, living, respirating models of cooperation.
The fact that we've decimated things that are 25 million years old should be a wake-up call to anybody. Like, literally everyone. We should be able to perceive just how long that is in comparison to human existence, which is much, is measured in the thousands of years. Right? And it's just wild that in that time span, in a much shorter time frame, really, because our effect on the environment didn't really start until the Industrial Revolution really got kicked off. So what, like 200 years? But much less, honestly. Oh god. 1 century to destroy millions of years worth of evolution.
As they swap with each other what they need in order to survive.
We can think of coral reefs as the equivalent of tropical forests because they are the marine equivalent of that. The vast amount of biodiversity in the oceans collects around coral reefs. Biologists who study coral reefs, probably more than almost any other biological researchers, are actually affected by this deep, profound angst because the very reefs they're studying are dying as they study them. And the reason these reefs are bleaching is because of the higher acidic content of the ocean. And so it's a virtual certainty that by the middle of this century,
oh god, that made me sad. Did you see that? That was a before and after.
It's a virtual certainty.
I'm almost certain that that's a before and after.
By the middle of this century, virtually every coral reef on the Earth.
Is it? That might have also been bleached reef too.
Because of the higher acidic content of the ocean. And so it's a virtual certainty that by the middle of this century, virtually every coral reef on the Earth is going to be destroyed. It is one of the greatest enormities for us to get our heads around what we have done to the richness, the biodiversity of ocean life.
What?
Oh boy, so fucking sad. And we can still stop this. Technically, if we just drastically change the way that we are interacting with the Earth, make the right decision, stop leaving it up to capitalism. The limits of capitalism are the limits that, well, Adam Smith thought the Earth was limitless, right? The models that Adam Smith came up with as it relates to macroeconomics and things is just ridiculous because it never accounted for the environment, because at that time in history, you know, we barely understood the Earth. We, you know, no one ever perceived that we'd be where we are now with technology. Back when Adam Smith was around, I mean, wait, I'm trying to think of what year he was, like, oh my god, early 18. No, hold on, Adam Smith. No, he's even, yeah, see, that's why I said I was wrong. It's 1700s. I mean, come on. 1790 is when this man died. He died in 1790. He was born in 1723. The year 1720, literally 300 years ago. For fuck's sake. That's what we're dealing with, you know? The fever dreams of a man from 300 years ago are determining our entire system. Okay. He wrote The Wealth of Nations in 76. That checks out. I believe you on that one. I'm not going to look it up. That checks out. Not that it would really matter. Name any year in 1700. Like, I've got, you know, like the Constitution was written in 1700. There's a bunch of garbage stuff in there too. The 1700s were a time of a lot of stupid ideas, honestly. Not that it was an important turning point, perhaps, in our history, but, you know, I don't know if we should be basing our existence on things from 1700 anymore. It just doesn't feel right in 2024. Maybe some updates.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
All right, let's talk about very recent things that have just been happening and over the last, I don't know, few days. Start with this. This is from Global News from a day ago. Heat is on, quote unquote. UN demands action against rising temperatures as world registers world's warmest day.
It's summertime, but the living is no longer easy. This has been a week of unprecedented heat. First, the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service declared Sunday, July 21st, as the hottest day on record. Then on Monday, July 22nd, the mercury climbed even higher. And now, we have just received preliminary data indicating that Tuesday, July 23rd, was in the same range. In other words, this
is ridiculous. How is this where we're at?
Past Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday were the 3 hottest days on record. But let's face facts. Extreme temperatures are no longer a 1 day, 1 week, or 1 month phenomenon. If there is one thing that unites our divided world, is that we are all increasingly feeling the heat. Heat is...
Yes, we are. And borders don't keep heat out. I'm just going to point that out.
So hot right now.
Something that we are going to see later today. Borders do nothing as it relates to climate change. So yeah, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, consecutively hotter world's warmest days, all in a row. The last 13 months have been the world's hottest 13-month streak of hot weather. I mean, it's just all of the signs are pointing in one direction, and yet you don't have people acting like it's as big of a problem as we really are talking about. It's bad. Let's just go to this. Wait, is this the same? Hold on.
In the scorching heat of rural Tunisia, 80-year-old Hania Hikiri sets out on her grueling daily journey to fetch water, a burden she carries quite literally on her back.
This whole area is dry. If one had water at home, everyone would be free. They could fill whenever they wanted to. But at this age, I carry 2 containers and spend the entire afternoon here in the heat.
The old and the young, as well as those who work outside, among the most vulnerable to rising global temperatures, and a focus of the UN Secretary General's call to action on extreme heat.
If there is one thing that unites our divided world, is that we are all increasingly feeling the heat. Earth is becoming hotter and more dangerous for everyone, everywhere.
June was the 13th month in a row to set a new temperature record, putting 120 million people in the United States under heat advisory warnings, leading to the death of 1,300 Muslim pilgrims during Hajj, and closing schools in Asia and Africa, impacting more than 80 million children. The UN says global infrastructure needs investment to boost resilience and a reduction in fossil fuels to limit temperature rise.
I must.
Yeah. And I think the first thing we all need to do is stop acting like fracking and natural gas is somehow a good idea. As like this climate, this fuel that's supposed to be better than coal and all this. It's bullshit. It's making things worse faster. And the more that we embrace that technology, the worse things are going to get. Remember that. Always remember not to support that bullshit. Okay. Let's go to this. We've been talking about the heat. Well, let's talk about one of the effects of heat. However, this is it's gonna be rough. Fact is, we have fires to discuss from Canada down to California. And they seem to be spreading faster and faster right now. It is really alarming, the numbers that I'm hearing. Let's since it's the especially because it's the week ending report, we're gonna try and hit them all. Starting here. BC wildfires. Residents take stock of fire damage in the Fraser Canyon area.
Lots of destruction.
Inside Venables Valley in the Fraser Canyon, this is what's left behind after the Shetland Creek wildfire roared through last week.
We lost homes. There was a lot of destruction.
The community was evacuated last Wednesday when two fires merged into one and exploded in size.
I'm so sorry, chat. I got stuck looking at these videos, which are just harrowing, and none of you can see what I'm looking at. There we go. That's better. By the way, hold on. I just remembered something. You have a... Yeah, you have another support. Zam is right in between them. It's amazing. It's amazing. Hold on, I gotta switch this so I can do a both. Yes, I know you can't see. I'm very sorry about that. I'm very sorry. Also, I'm sorry for leaving you without your support character, which you clearly earned. Just, I
made a huge, tiny mistake.
Lots of destruction.
Inside Venables Valley in the Fraser Canyon, this is what's left behind after the Shetland Creek wildfire roared through last week.
We lost homes. There was a lot of destruction.
The community was evacuated last Wednesday when two fires merged into one and exploded in size.
Oh my God.
Mark Greenberg has been back a few times under escort to report back to his community what's gone and what's left.
It doesn't even look like anything was touched.
The first morning, things on his property looked okay. 24 hours later, a shed full of equipment and heavy machinery was destroyed.
Alright, we're not gonna watch this guy cry right now. He's upset. Let's be real. He's very upset. Are you praying to Judeo-Christianity? Is that what that is, Philip Blair? I'm trying to interpret those those emotes there.
Water infrastructure, we build our own energy systems, so you know we're a hardy bunch, right?
The Shetland Creek fire consumed 20 structures, including homes, cabins and outbuildings, plus a snowplow and other pieces of equipment used to survive the winter. The community is now fundraising through the Saranagati Temple website to replace what's been lost.
It takes a village to raise a child, well, it takes a village to raise a village, so, you know.
I'm not sure that's how it works. He's praising Chuck. Oh, he's praying to Chuck Norris. I see. I see. I thought it was Judo Christianity. Which is, who was it that said that? Tommy Tuberville? It was Tuberville who said Judo Christianity. And I feel like we never made a sound shot of that. We should have. And that really is my fault. So many things, so many mistakes made on this end. Okay, so that's just one of the fires. That was the one that was in BC. Now let's go to Alberta to talk about the Jasper wildfire. Unfortunately, this man's entire community was destroyed. Now let's go to another community that was destroyed.
We begin with breaking news out of Alberta. A wildfire has now reached the town of Jasper, causing widespread damage. Multiple buildings have engulfed by flames, including the historic Maline Lodge. Officials say firefighters are working to save as many buildings as possible. We don't have specifics on how many homes and businesses have been destroyed, but the loss is said to be significant. A late-night update from Parks Canada says the situation was becoming too dangerous, forcing some crews to pull back.
There's a significant amount of structural fire smoke in the town of Jasper, and it is no longer safe to be there without a self-contained breathing apparatus. There are significant amounts of structural firefighters who remain in town and are actively fighting structural fires. There has been structural loss. At this point, I can't confirm how many locations or specific structures. The fire continues to burn. It is a very dynamic situation.
Linda Ward leads off our coverage this morning. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning.
What more do we know about where things stand with Jasper and the efforts to contain this wildfire?
Yeah, just a really rapidly changing situation that's really still evolving as we speak. And crews, you know, putting everything they have to fight this fire, but really nothing seems to be big enough to kind of push it back. Fires from the north.
Yeah, nothing seems to be big enough to push it back. It's still at 0% containment, I believe. Actually, wait, no, I take that back. It might, no, I'm thinking of a different fire. God damn it, there's so many fires. No, this one is more contained. I'm sorry. They are literally blurring together in my head right now because of how many of these I've looked at recently. Yes, exactly. He said Judo-Christianity instead of Judeo-Christianity.
I see that you know your judo well.
All right, let's go to this. This video is rough. This was the first video that came out after this Jasper fire moved through the village. It is still burning, but some rain came down and has helped fight this fire, if I'm not mistaken. But this was the first video that came out showing the damage, at least some of the extent of it. There's no volume for this, but the images speak for themselves. And they speak loudly. I mean, this is just pure destruction. All of these houses are just gone. All you see is foundations, maybe a chimney. Cars appear to just be melted. All the tires are obviously gone. And this guy just, or whomever is taking this footage, takes a turn and it just keeps on going down the block here. You live nearby? Oh God. That's right, you're in this same province. Oh boy, hope you stay safe. Please stay safe.
We want to show you some pictures now to put into perspective the devastation we're seeing today in Jasper.
Let's go to that.
This is a neighborhood just outside of town on the southern side of Jasper. Homes here are all surrounded by trees. So this is after, when the wildfire first reached the edge of the town. These homes would have been amongst the first structures that were hit. This is moments later. That neighborhood completely engulfed. This is Moline Lodge, one of the most iconic buildings in Jasper. It's at the southern entrance to town. This is the lodge, engulfed in flames. Now, deeper into town, near the center, you'll find Jasper Anglican Church. It was built in the 1920s and later declared a historic resource. Queen Elizabeth II visited that church in 2005 while she was in Canada. This is a photo of the church taken sometime last night. The flames were approaching it. And this is the church today. It's gone. Only the chimney is left.
Wow. Go back 5 seconds. That's what it looked like before. That's what it looked like after. Before, after, before, after. Holy fucking shit. Whole town has just been devastated.
Stephen London is the Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Edmonton, and Bishop London joins me now. Bishop.
Okay, we are going to move to the next one. Apparently that building had been there for over 100 years, built in 1920. This whole town was built in the early 20th century, and at least most of it, not all of it, but a lot of it was. Oh shit, one of these videos is out of order. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's go to this one next. This was the premier of Alberta speaking about this wildfire at a press conference.
In the last day or so, we have all seen on the news and social media the horrific pictures and videos coming out of Jasper. Homes and businesses have been lost to a wildfire that people are calling a wall of flames. There is no denying that this is the worst nightmare for any community. To the residents of Jasper and those displaced far from home looking at the images of your town on TV and online, the feelings of loss and fear and loneliness must be overwhelming. But you are not alone. All Albertans are with you. For many generations, the town of Jasper and the parks surrounding it have been a source of pride. With some of the most beautiful scenery in the entire in the world. Our grandparents visited to experience the majesty of this place with its
Wow, it seems like Danielle is not very popular in chat. I don't know who, I'll be honest, I don't know very much about her or her premiership. So if you take offense to me showing this video, I'm sorry. I just, she was quite, is she pushing fracking? Oh, this is dumb. This, oh, god damn it.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Fracking? I'll bet she's into oil sands too. Ew. Terrible. Okay, we're moving on. She's your MTG? Oh, God. I feel even worse now for showing anybody that video. I take it all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Now, let's go to this. This is a another video about this fire in Jasper, showing the showing what the town looked like before, even more than we saw on that other video.
Yep, it's my backyard. beautiful, beautiful.
Ken Kuzminski was once president of the Jasper Chamber of Commerce and a local politician. He knows the town, the buildings, the people, and what made it all so special.
It wasn't just the mountains. I think it was the community spirit, and everybody that lives there has an extreme love for the community.
What makes Jasper beautiful also made it vulnerable. A community nestled near pine forests in the Rocky Mountains, where indigenous people have lived since time immemorial.
99% of our surroundings is wilderness, and it's a dream come true to live there.
The area was once a fur trading hub. The community began as a railway town for the transcontinental. It was soon recognized for its tourism potential.
A hospital, theater, and accommodations open the year round.
It became one of Canada's most famous destinations for visitors from around the world. Historic buildings were restored for the very purpose of preserving Jasper's history. The park's visitor center, built more than 100 years ago, the former Canadian National Railway Station, the old Imperial Bank building, and the Jasper Fire Hall. You can feel the pain of those forced to leave.
I'm not really sure we're going back there. It's sad.
Large sections of the park, a World Heritage Site, have already been scorched. In town, familiar spots like Moline Lodge have burned down. Much of Jasper is gone. And
woof. That is a depressing story. Good fucking God. She's trying to make Alberta great again. Terrible. Seems like it was already great. Now it's fucked. At least that part. And it was home to 10,000 people. At the time that evacuations were called, over 15,000 people were there visiting for tourism purposes. And yeah, now they are all potentially going to have to find somewhere else to live or rebuild. Okay, let's go on. By the way, all this smoke is going to cause air pollution for a lot of people in North America. Oh, she put a block on any green energy businesses? How great. I think... what is it called? Is this the right phrase? Crocodile tears? I feel like that's what those tears were now. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, she's very broken up. And now I'm like, oh, you're the cause of all? You're a partial cause of all of this? Good. That's good. That's good. You should cry. Let's go on to this in the South. And by the South, I mean the Pacific Northwest in Washington, where evacuations were ordered yesterday after 10 large wildfires are burning now across the state.
At Lake Chelan, tourists are being told to leave Stehekin by tomorrow morning as the Pioneer Fire grows. That area will be under a level 2 evacuation starting at 8 a.m. That means those living there should be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. Let's bring in King 5's Jim Nelson with a closer look at that fire and others burning across the state. Jim.
Yeah, Steve, there are 10 large wildfires right now, but let's focus on a few that have really taken some turns tonight. The Pioneer Fire we've been talking about, it's been burning for more than 6 weeks. You just mentioned it's threatening to force even more people out of their homes. And there are a few toward Yakima. The Retreat Fire is, in just 24 hours, putting even more people on notice. New help in the fight against wildfires. Washington's Army National Guard sending a Black Hawk helicopter east to drop water wherever it's needed. Hours later, new evacuations in the Yakima area.
You know, whenever you have a wind-driven fire, those acre counts can jump in a really quick window there. So definitely another example of a wind-driven fire taking quick effect on the landscape.
The Retreat Rimrock Fire southeast of Natchez growing quickly to 8,000 acres, forcing residents out of homes and 125 youth campers and staff out of Camp Gormley.
This developed in a matter of hours. We went from
hearing about this fire at 4 o'clock yesterday to evacuating at about 7 o'clock.
Suddenly on the move at the order of the Forest Service.
Just find any vehicles that you can safely get campers in and get them on the road.
12 miles.
That is scary. Having an entire camp full of campers that you have to evacuate all of a sudden? Holy fucking shit. Woof. And these fires have now crossed over the Idaho border within the last 12 hours or so. Let's go to this from the Associated Press showing some of these fires. Oh my god, it's crossing the road. Oh shit. Holy fuck. I can't believe this guy's driving through this right now. You can't even see anything. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh my fucking god. This dude's just straight up just driving through fire right now. Holy cow. Oh boy. It's getting very doomerific in here right now. Good God, look at these pictures. And some of the flames we've seen over the last 48 hours have been just incredibly big. Last night, I think we saw flames over 200 feet tall. At least in some of the footage we saw, I could swear. I could practically swear to that. Okay, let's just go south now. Oh shit, wait. Oh, okay, I see. Actually, this isn't a... I don't like this order. I'm moving this here. Yes, this makes more sense. Yes, okay. Let's go to Oregon. I think we talked about this fucking fire yesterday. But we certainly are not going to skip over this one today, because this shit is insane.
At Lake Chelan, tourists are being...
Hey, stop, wrong one. We're going to Oregon, where a 250,000-acre fire is currently blazing.
Well, fires continue to scorch eastern Oregon. The Durkee fire is over 244,000 acres, prompting several level 3 get out now evacuation notices.
Abby Wilt has been covering the fires over in Huntington today and for the past 3 days for that matter. She brings us the latest.
Those fires are continuing to scorch eastern Oregon here. They are now the #1 priority in the nation for firefighting crews. And I want to show you here, this is I-84, and then this hill behind, we have watched basically the whole thing burn just in the last about 5 minutes, which really shows.
Considering all the fires that we've seen happening recently in the United States, the fact that this is the #1 fire priority in the entire country is saying quite a lot, I would
how fast this fire is growing. I-84 is on and off closing depending on visibility for drivers, as well as how close that fire activity is getting to the road. So we'll be continuing to bring you any live updates as we know them. But for now, we do know that that fire in the Durkee fire is about 240,000 acres as of right now. It is growing, and they are expecting more high winds and severe thunderstorms tonight. The Durkee fire is still 0% contained in over 244,000 acres. All evacuation notices remain in place, with Huntington seeing the most dire conditions Wednesday evening. About 510 people are on level 3 evacuation notice, meaning get out now. The Baker County Sheriff's Department says they are expecting 75-mile-per-hour winds, severe fire activity, and growth of both the Durkee and Thompson fires throughout the evening. Huntington is also out of power, and they have been since Tuesday. Idaho Power tells us they purposefully shut off power into Huntington in order to reduce hazards and protect fire crews. And our team spoke with Idaho Power Communications Specialist Brad Bowlen today, and he says Idaho Power did also just evacuate from Huntington because of the impending weather, but they're planning to return when it is safe.
Crews will definitely...
Oh boy. This is fine. This is fine. Exactly. You get it. Let's go on to another video about this fire. This is showing some of the footage at night, which really gives you more perspective, I think, on just what we're looking at here. Yeah. Let me click. There we go. Look at that line. Just remember how far out this is zoomed out right now, or was, because you can see a tiny silhouette down there of like a large van or something, some kind of a trailer. You zoom all the way back out here, right? It's basically a blip. This line of fire that's advancing is miles long, you gotta figure. See, it goes all the way over the crest of that hill, and you can see it like right here, but the light is sort of there's clearly one of these either the camera has a light on it or something like that, so it's causing it to be more difficult to see, but you can see it right here. It's going all the way over the crest of this hill for who knows how long. This is insane. You can hear that wind. They were talking about how they were going to have 75-mile-per-hour winds, which is just going to continue to spur this fire to move faster and faster. Whoa. What just happened? Stop. Okay. This isn't the one I want to go to first, though. Hold on. This is the one I wanted to go to first. God dang it, Dale. Here we go. CBS News from a couple of days ago here. Wildfires in California and Oregon blaze as temperatures spike.
Multiple wildfires are burning across the western U.S. Crews are battling dozens of fires in Oregon, and that includes 4 so-called mega fires in the eastern part of the state. That's a term used when a wildfire burns more than 100,000 acres. And officials say the wildfire sparked by fireworks in Riverside, California is now fully contained. One firefighter...
Hold on. Just want us to hear that one more time.
Used when a wildfire burned U.S. Crews are battling dozens of fires in Oregon, and that includes 4 so-called mega fires in the eastern part of the state. That's
4 mega fires. That means that over 400,000 acres are burning. And that's just in those 4 mega fires. She mentioned that there's 12 fires all happening at once, meaning what? I mean,
used when a wildfire burns more than 100,000 acres. And officials say the wildfire sparked by fireworks in Riverside, California is now fully contained. One firefighter suffered a minor injury, but no deaths have been reported. CBS News national correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti is in Los Angeles, about an hour and a half west of Riverside. Jonathan, what more do we know about these fireworks that apparently started this wildfire?
And Lindsay, good afternoon to you. We're specifically talking about the Haywarden fire in Riverside County. It burned 500 acres. Officials this morning confirming that fire was sparked by fireworks, saying that a group of people, those suspects, were captured in the act on video surveillance and then seen fleeing the scene. They remain at large. Officials promising they will capture them and prosecute them to the highest extent in Riverside County. Like much of California, it is illegal to use fireworks. 6 homes were destroyed.
you're wondering how much that is. The scale, you can't imagine the scale, Jonathan. Well, let me help you with that. So for some perspective, some context, on what 400,000 acres is. I'm sure you're familiar with the city of LA. Now, the city of LA is the entire county, not just the city, the county of LA, just to make that clear, is approximately 469 square miles, or 300,000 acres. So 100,000 less acres than those 4 fires we just mentioned, right? Like that one fire that we talked about in Oregon, right, was practically the size of LA itself. So we got 4 fires in California, 100 that are 33%, at least cumulatively, 33% more than the size of LA. You got another singular fire in Oregon that's approximately the same size as LA, and then a bunch of other fires going on all at once. Does that help with the perspective? It's fucking, it is a huge
fire. $10 million in damage was caused. Meanwhile, overnight in New Mexico, we're learning that the FBI is now investigating serial arsonists, possibly connected to as many as 16 wildfires since May. According to court documents, the FBI is looking for a couple, a man and a woman, for possibly starting those fires, including the deadly salt fire in Ruidoso, New Mexico last month. The FBI has linked them using witness testimony, shoe prints, and tire marks. 2 people were killed in that fire. Hundreds of homes were destroyed.
I mean, that
At this point, it is
major
believed
news.
that couple remains at large.
Yeah, that Ruidoso.
In fact, I think I could be wrong. I'm doing the math in my head right now, but I think if you add up just those 5 fires, it almost is the same size as the state of Rhode Island.
Fire changed the face of that gorgeous community. Not only was the wildfire a disaster, but the flash flooding after. I mean, it's just shocking news, Jonathan. We mentioned dozens of wildfires burning. Where is it the worst, and what are the conditions that are fueling the flames?
Yeah, Lindsay, to your point with Ruidoso, there was that deadly domino effect. You had the fire, and then with all the vegetation gone, when you had that flooding, that water had nowhere to go. Focusing on wildfires here in the West, Oregon is the worst hit. You have 18 major fires burning there. Several of them, hundreds of thousands of acres, have been burned. Triple-digit heat is complicating the response there, along with the remote terrain that fire crews have to respond to. Here in California, you have about a dozen wildfires that are burning. Elsewhere, we're talking New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and even Colorado have.
Yep. Okay. And he mentioned something that we're going to be talking about in a little bit, but not going to get into that too much quite yet. Let's go on. Talk more about some of these California wildfires. Here's the Associated Press. Oregon. Oh god, that's a very sad pun. Oh god, for fuck's sake. So wait, hold on, I didn't see where this is. Sorry. No, this is in California, Butte County, California. We've already seen multiple fires in Butte County. At least one. At least one, I think 2. Or maybe this is 2. For fuck's sake. This is, oh my god. Look at it, the entire sky is just bright orange. That's when you're supposed to be leaving, and it appears that these firefighters are doing just that. Holy fuck. Wow. You can see how fires jump the roads right here, right? Hold on. Yeah, you can see it right there, right? Just in this one spot. You can see the, you can see these sparks right here, right? This is one of the main ways that these fires jump roads, right? Jump these berms that people build to try and block fires from moving, right? The what do you call it? The embers, right, from these fires wind up detaching themselves from whatever log they were on, and then do a little dance. When the wind's just right, they get across the road and they start another fire, as you could see in this other side, where clearly both sides of this road were on fire. Yeah, every year is worse than the other one, than the one before it. Yeah, no kidding. And we're going to talk about just how bad this year has been so far. It's been very bad. Very bad. Very, very bad. Historically. If you could just compare it to last year, it is wild just how bad it's been already. All right, let's move from this one fire, which according to them is 45,000 acres. You just start adding all these things up, and it's just like such a massive, just almost unfathomable number, where we have to start like looking up things that we know better, like the size of LA or New Hampshire, things like that, to be like, oh, here's some context for this fire. And it's just wild. We're in hell, it seems, as some kind of a fucking just, yeah. Yeah, can't really disagree with that. So we're literally on fire. Not you and me, but oh god. Let's look at this. Crews struggle to contain monster wildfire in California. This is from CBS News from 5 hours ago. By the way, things got out of hand quickly, as you will see, in California recently.
California's largest wildfire of the year is 0% contained and tearing across the northern part of the state at a ferocious speed, driven by unpredictable winds. At this time on Wednesday, the Park Fire had burned about 2 square miles. 48 hours later, it has exploded, burning more than 250 square miles. That's 5 times the size of San Francisco. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate as the flames, allegedly sparked by an arsonist, ripped through homes, buildings, and cars. Fires are burning across the West and into Canada, where a monster wildfire there has destroyed about 1/3 of the structures in the resort town of Jasper. We have reports from across the region, and CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti will start us off from Northern California.
Tonight, crews are struggling to contain this massive fire. We are talking flames several hundred feet high. Extreme wind is in the forecast through this evening. The concern now being these flames will be pushed out of the woods and into neighborhoods.
California's largest wildfire explodes. The Park Fire, now so big, it's clearly seen on satellite.
Okay, hold
Over
on.
100.
Pause.
The Park Fire, now so.
It's a satellite image of this thing. Look at how big it is. There's some context for you. Holy fuck. Who does this on purpose? It's a great question. We're going to talk about that.
Big, it's clearly seen on satellite. Over 175,000 acres burned. Authorities now zeroing in on this car, which the DA says was set on fire and pushed into a gully.
See, told you we were going to talk about it. But yeah, did you hear that number just now? 175,000 acres from this one fire right now that was caused by this individual. So it's competing with being the biggest fire. It could very well, with this sort of size, this level of lack of containment. I mean, you know, it's basically like competing with this Oregon fire to be just, you know, just record-settingly big.
Suspected driver, 42-year-old Ronnie Stout, now faces a charge of arson. The fire has already destroyed well over 100 structures and forced thousands to flee. This fire, now dangerously close to the town of Paradise, destroyed nearly 6 years ago.
Oh boy.
85 people were killed.
And I don't know if you're aware of this, but they did basically try to rebuild Paradise, from what I recall. there are definitely people living there again. People who had their homes burnt down previously by a fire like this.
The extreme wildfire danger now stretching into Canada. My colleague Carter Evans is near the hard-hit town of Jasper, Alberta.
Ridiculous.
This is Alberta's premiere right here. She's headed the...
All right, we already did Alberta. We're not going to do it again. Let's move on. We got more to talk about. Let's go to this. What to know about California's park fire as firefighters work to contain the fast-moving blaze.
All right, we turn now to what is a massive escalation of wildfires along the West Coast. This is the park fire you're looking at. Multiple fires are raging in Northern California. This is one of them. It was a small brush fire just less than 48 hours ago. And we want to show you this. This is coming to us from Canada. There, more than 50 fires are burning. Jasper, Alberta is a popular resort town and has already been partially destroyed. Our Jonathan Vigliotti is following all of this for us from Northern California. Jonathan, good morning to you.
Jonathan's getting a lot of airtime right now.
And Errol, good morning to you. We're here at the eastern perimeter of this fire, and from this perspective, you can see just how destructive it has been. We were here earlier this morning as the flames ripped through. Now, a blanket of this thick, acrid smoke covers much of the area. In the past 24 hours, an explosion of growth. 164,000 acres have been burned, and we're expecting that to continue to grow with red flag warnings still in effect through this evening.
Explosions from the raging park fire sent fire crews running for safety. The barely contained blaze started Wednesday and surged in size, engulfing.
You see that fucking explosion? Jesus Christ.
Explosions from the raging park fire sent fire crews running for safety. The barely contained blaze started Wednesday and surged in size, engulfing structures and vehicles. Fire crews say wind carried debris is sparking new flames.
What in the fuck was that?
Wednesday and surged in size, engulfing structures and vehicles. Fire crews say wind carried debris is sparking new flames, making the fire's path unpredictable.
This fire has fingers that are growing in different directions depending on which way the wind is blowing.
Investigators believe the fire was started by 42-year-old Ronnie Stout.
Gas line, dragon, propane tank, these are all viable guesses.
Who witnesses say pushed a flaming car down a 60-foot embankment.
And then he got out of the car, kind of looked at it, and when I turned back, he was gone.
He's now in custody facing arson charges. The fire has forced thousands to evacuate, and some residents are now returning home to rubble.
So this is your home here?
This is the last of my home.
Julia Yarbo witnessed her dream home burn down in real time through her security camera.
Oh, God.
I think I might be in shock. It's surreal. It really is surreal.
More than a dozen homes look like this one, charred down to their foundation as the flames quickly moved in, burning at such high intensity. The wind now pushing these flames deeper into rugged terrain.
Less than 20 miles away from the flames is the town of Paradise. It was reduced to ash in 2018 by the Camp Fire, which killed 85 people.
Just like with the Camp Fire, we had time to get that notice and get out.
Jonathan. And there is the real fear of history repeating itself. In Paradise, California, just about 11 miles from where we are, currently threatened by flames, and residents there have been warned, put on standby to possibly evacuate if the flames do move in that direction. Errol, currently about 1,100 firefighters here on scene battling this monster blaze.
My God, over 1,000 firefighters trying to stop this thing, and it's still 0% contained, 170,000 acres. Holy fuck. Maybe we could get, I don't know, this is just an idea. Maybe we could get that Typhoon I've been hearing all A whole lot about. Get some of that rain over here. Maybe magnets? I've heard magnets do things with water. Alright, no more Trump impressions. No more Trump impressions. Let's go to this. Because everybody keeps asking about this in chat, and I figured it's about time for us to talk about it. Man is arrested in connection with starting park fire in California. Actually, wait. Before we do that... Actually, yeah, no, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. And actually, but I just remembered that they talk about it in this video, too. Because this woman actually saw what happened. Where is that? I think it's around here.
The Butte County District Attorney says 42-year-old Ronnie Dean Stout II is facing arson charges in connection to this fire. The DA's office says this is the car that sparked that blaze.
So much to get to. Your reporter Madison Keevy joins us near the fire footprint with more. Madison.
We talk about how quickly this fire has grown over the last day, but also how quickly there was an arrest made. And it's due in large part to eyewitnesses who didn't hesitate when they saw a car fire. They could never have imagined, though, that would have grown to this.
Fast-moving fire, wrapping homes, cars, anything in its path in flames. We were in the fire footprint on Thursday afternoon near Chico. This is the scene, an active one, again, in Cohasset, where this rural community is being so deeply impacted and so fast. An arrest on suspicion of arson, made within a day of the fire starting. The quick response with help from eyewitnesses who saw it all play out.
And then I saw smoke come up from underneath the car. And I was like, oh my God, like I think it's catching on fire. So we're like watching, and I see flames sort of lick up on the passenger side of the car.
The man arrested, 42-year-old Ronnie Stout II. Witnesses say they saw him push a burning car into a gully, spreading flames that caused the park fire.
And we saw him like revving his engine, and like his wheels were spinning and stuff.
One eyewitness, a Chico local, said she
How do you even
the
begin?
car found.
My question is, how do you even begin to get justice for something like this? There's no way this guy has enough money to, whatever, like, pay back people for the damage he's caused, right? I mean, this guy isn't a billionaire, I assume. Never heard of him before. And, you know, like, I can't even imagine how he would begin to make restitution for this. If Trump gets convicted, you'd like him to spend his sentence on community service, perhaps raking the forest. Raking the forest, that does seem like a good community service for him. But this guy, I mean, what in the fuck? Unbelievable. Just horrifying. I have no idea why he would do it. There's no explanation for why he's done it up to this point. Let's just look at a couple more videos. These are pretty recent. CBS first, I guess. Let's go here.
All right, we turn now to what is a massive escalation of wildfires along the West Coast. This is the park fire you're looking at. Multiple fires are raging in Northern California. This is one of them. It was a small brush fire just less than 48 hours ago. And we want to show you this. This is coming to us from Canada. There, more than 50 fires are burning. Jasper, Alberta is...
Did we already watch this? I feel like we already watched this. Am I losing my mind? We're skipping this. I think CBS doubled down on footage. They're always doing this. Go to this one. This is the last one we're going to watch. CBS News Sacramento, 5 hours ago. Oh,
now
boy.
to the park fire, of course, raging out of control right now in Butte and Tehama counties. It is day 3 in the firefight northeast of Chico. Those flames running northeast and west. The Butte County Fire Chief says this fire is outpacing their resources. Dry fuels, hot weather, low humidity, and ferocious winds are making this very tough for crews to get the upper hand.
And that fire has exploded to more than 178,000 acres. For context, that is 4 times the size of the city of San Francisco. It's the largest wildfire in the state this year. At least 134 structures are gone, more than 4,000 are threatened, and containment dropped from 3% now to
that's
0.
not good.
And so far, there are no reports of any deaths or injuries.
We have live team coverage on the park fire. Chief Meteorologist Nick Marianos tracking those fire weather conditions. CBS 13 photojournalist Dave Grashoff talking to a homeowner deciding to stay put. Your reporter Esteban Reynoso, he's live at McClellan Park covering the air support we're seeing. But we start right now with Kayla Moeller. She is in Butte County on the efforts, Kayla, to get this fire under control.
Yes, hello. We are on Cohasset Road again. And if you look beyond my shoulder, you'll see that giant plume of smoke. It just continues to grow. It is quite frightening to see. About every half hour, it looks a little bit different. I'll get out of the way so you can get a better look at it. But basically, the fire is moving in all directions at this point. We tried to go all the way to the very top of
It looks like clouds. But it's just smoke. It's enormous.
of Cohasset Road, this road that we're on, because there's a lookout, a ridge area, but we were stopped by fire crews who said you should not go up there because trees are falling left and right, and then if one fell, we could get trapped up there and not be able to drive back down the hill. And we were in this same area yesterday, and now it's completely unrecognizable. We didn't even know that there were cars or structures off the sides of the road in some parts because they were hidden by trees and lush forest, but now it's all bare and exposed. Take a look at this footage. As of this morning, the latest reports from CAL FIRE are that at least 134 structures have been destroyed and 4,200 are at risk. And more than 1,600 people are out here battling flames. Yesterday, CAL FIRE was reporting 3% containment, but that number has since fallen to 0% containment. Butte County has activated a fire hotline. Residents can call.
Wow, it went from 1,100 to 1,600. You have 43 likes now. Okay. 14. That is Mark. Uh-oh. Is my stream software frozen? Well, I'll put Mark on your tab. On my tab. Really. IOU.
911 for the latest information, and new evacuation orders have been issued for zones 263 and 264 in Forest Ranch, and also 281 and 283 in Magalia. Chico residents we spoke with are starting to compare the park fire to the campfire.
Eerily similar to the campfire that we all went through several years ago. And so, no, it's, I think, especially for fire victims already in the community, I think it's really traumatic and triggering.
To put things into perspective, the campfire in 2018 burned over 17 days and burned a total of 153,000 acres. But here now, the park fire, this is day 3, and it's already burned more than 178,000 acres.
Oh, good. So just combined with those two, it's over 300,000 acres. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And again, the winds are not helping. It's been very intermittent today. There are downed power lines all up and down here, some of them still on fire. In fact, they are struggling with putting out spot fires, and we had seen a woman trying to flag down help from a fire engine to get some more water to put out those spot fires, and we have footage of that, and we'll show you that coming up on CBS 13 at 5 o'clock.
Kayla, thanks. Let's show you today's fire activity. The perimeter is in Burgundy right here, and you can see within the past 24 hours, the fire has really burned away from Chico. Crews are trying to use Highway 32 as a fire line, although the flames have jumped it in a few spots, including an...
You can see, like, this is a very mountainous area, and in some portions of that graph, you can see that it's headed uphill. A huge portion of the line is headed uphill, which is bad because it moves faster uphill.
Crews are trying to use Highway 32 as a fire line, although the flames have jumped it in a few spots, including an area known as Lomo. To the north and west, it's burning in a remote area in Tehama County, but staying in the hills east of Red Bluff. The fire moved through Cohasset. We lost structures there and moved toward Forest Ranch, and we're keeping our eye on this particular spot on Highway 32. The fire jumped it yesterday, and this afternoon we do have active fire near that neighborhood. Many people asking how close it is to Paradise. Going 3D, there is this canyon between the fire and Paradise, and it would have to jump this canyon and another one to reach this neighborhood. That's about a 4-mile distance. And the fire's distance to Magalia, that is about 6 miles. If it does move in that direction.
Only 4 miles away. There was 75 mile per hour winds feeding this thing. As well as what was I saying? Like, I think its actual movement was over a mile per hour. Like, it was eating up a mile of ground every hour. So unless winds change or that valley slows it down, oh god, that's a bad situation. And this video is only from like 5 hours ago. Oh my god, I just did the math. Let's hope everybody in Paradise is okay right now. Okay, we are going to now move on to some other stories happening around the world. First, we're going to go to Montreal, where a tornado ripped through the area. Shockingly. Just one insane thing to the next here. That's the
Well, yesterday, heavy rains, lightning, and strong winds hit the South Shore pretty hard. Our Matilda Chirone is in Brossard this morning. Matilda, tell us, we're looking at a possible tornado that touched down.
That's right, Braden. I spoke earlier to Environment Canada, who is still assessing the strength and the speed of the wind, but they think it is probably a tornado. The winds were very strong enough that here on Boulevard Mat, a truck was toppled over. Police in Longueuil say that the driver suffered only minor injuries, fortunately, and that nobody else was involved or injured in the accident. They had to close the street for a while, but it is now back fully operational. And other damages that we're seeing were trees that were uprooted from the strength of the winds. Everything started in the evening. The tornado, the possible tornado that we saw, took place around 8 p.m. and accompanied by thunderstorm, lots of rain. And another region that was particularly affected yesterday were the Laurentides, especially in the town of Saint-Hippolyte, where firefighters had to deal with a couple of fires that erupted after trees fell on power lines.
Yeah, totally normal. Montreal gets tornadoes all the time. Wait a second. Nope.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
They never do. They never do. It looks like... Who said... Jessica, Sam, and Captain Planet look like they're in a club that Bacula's not invited to. And that's canon now. Alright, let's go to Europe. As thousands across Romania are facing a water crisis.
După cum se vede, nu avem apă. Au fost s-au
As you can
promis
see, we
că
don't have
se
any water. It's
dă
promised
cu
that it would be
restricții
restricted between 6
între
a.m.
orele
and 9 a.m.
6 dimineața și 9.
It didn't
Nu a
flow
curs
like
cum nu
now, not
curge
a
acum
single
o
drop of
picătură de
water.
apă,
Look.
uitați.
The low levels of rainfall recorded in recent years amid a prolonged drought have led to water supply rationing. In Lassie County, for example, thousands of people receive water for only a few hours a day until the end of summer.
2002
Since
încoace,
2002,
3
I've built
fântâni am
3
făcut,
wells,
tot
and I still
nu am
have
apă.
no water.
Na, acum a patra investiție am
Now,
tras
on
de
the
la
fourth
ei,
investment, we have
doar
drawn
să
from
am
them,
apă.
just to have
Și
water. Look,
uitați,
however, I am still without
toate
water.
astea, tot fără apă am rămas.
Am în baie două.
I have 2 buckets of water plus 2 5-liter canisters in the
Plus
bathroom.
două bidoane de 5 litri. Dacă nu mă
If I
urc în
don't,
mașină
I
și
get it in the car
plec
and
și
go
eu
to
apă.
get water because
Înainte
we
nu aveam
didn't
probleme,
have this
dar
problem. But in
vara
the
și
summer,
vara trecută
last
a
summer
fost, dar
was
parcă
too.
nu...
Those who have wells can
the-
feel water levels get
The translations are wild. There's no way that's a proper translation. That sentence didn't make sense. Okay, some of us care about Scott Bakula. I care about Bakula too. I do. I really do. He's here to help us rewrite the timeline to the way it's supposed to be. Perhaps one where the entire West isn't burning down. Let's go to Typhoon Gamey or Gaimi. I don't know how you're supposed to say it properly, but yeah, it made the landfall in China, and I figured we would look at that as well as some of the other effects it's had in the area as it hit both Taiwan and the Philippines very hard. This is in Taiwan. Pingtung, Taiwan. Wasn't Bakula our first emotional support character? Yes, I do believe so. Okay, these were in the wrong order. Should have started somewhere else in the Philippines. That's my fault. Hold on. Pause, please. Way too loud to be able to read this out. Coast Guards look for a marine tanker carrying industrial fuel that sank off of the Philippines. A large oil spill was caused by the wreckage that happened in choppy waters. "16 of the 17 crew members were initially rescued. Authorities are investigating whether the sinking was related to Typhoon Gamey in Taiwan, where the typhoon made landfall. An Indonesian ship was forced onto shore. Bakula forever." We need to stop talking. We need to stop taking shit out of the ground. let's go to this here. Global news. Typhoon Gamey boasts some of the strongest winds ever recorded in the Western Pacific. Is this the right one? Hold on. It's the wrong one. Typhoon Gamey strikes Taiwan
People
and
affected
China.
are used to big storms. This isn't even the first one this year, but they say Typhoon Gamey is different and dangerous. This restaurant owner says her roof collapsed. Gamey struck Taiwan Thursday morning. It killed 3 people and injured nearly 400 others. Authorities clocked the wind at 227 kilometers per hour, some of the strongest winds ever recorded in the Western Pacific. Parts of the island are expected to have seen more than 2 meters of rain. It also stranded ships. Gamey then hit China. Authorities evacuated nearly 250,000 people from one province and are warning of floods and landslides. That's what killed more than 20 people in the Philippines. This man says family members still need to be rescued. The streets now covered in debris. This woman says she needs food, clean water, and clothing, that they have none left. They're evaluating the damage from nature's wrath, now focusing on contacting loved ones. Nathaniel Dove, Global News.
Okay.
Chinese authorities.
Hold on. Where are we at now? Okay, yeah. This is the video. This it's from BBC News. Typhoon Gamey makes landfall in mainland China after deaths in Taiwan and the Philippines.
They've evacuated almost 300,000 people as Typhoon Gamey makes its way across the east of the country. The storm made landfall on mainland on Thursday after severely affecting Taiwan and the Philippines. Public transport, offices, schools and markets have been shut in some cities in Chinese Fujian province. Let's speak to our China correspondent, Stephen McDonnell, who's in Beijing. Stephen, like I just said, we've covered the impact Typhoon Gamey has had in Taiwan and in the Philippines. What's the situation like in Beijing right now?
Well, as you said, it's already caused a major path of destruction on the way to the Chinese mainland when it hit Taiwan, hit the Philippines. To give you an idea of the power of this storm, major commercial ships have been sunk, including an oil tanker off the coast of Manila. They're still searching for missing crew. Some of those, sadly, are presumed dead. Now, the good news is that after the storm hit mainland China, it's been downgraded. However, hundreds of thousands of people have been moved to safer areas. Transport services are still down in southeastern China, including trains, including planes. And the concerns are that this storm, albeit a downgraded one, is going to still push heavy rain into the middle of China and the north. The reason people are worried about this is that a typhoon just like this last year caused flooding in the north of the country, and as far away as the northeast of China, a famous rice crop was completely destroyed following the rains that caused flooding after a typhoon. And so while it may have been downgraded, while the winds may have eased off a bit, still a lot of people are worried that this is not over.
Yeah, so the effects are not done, and we will probably be looking at those for some time in China. But if you didn't hear it, they said that over 300,000 people have been evacuated so far from the area where this typhoon made landfall. Let's talk about that real quick. Al Jazeera, English, China authorities relocate more than 300,000 people. It's from 7 hours ago.
After barreling through the Philippines and Taiwan, Typhoon Gaimi struck China's southeastern coast of Fujian, bringing with it winds of about 120 kilometers an hour. Authorities were on high alert as rain submerged streets and people in this small town were moved to safety.
If the rain continues like this, the flooded area will become larger and larger, so we have to evacuate the people.
In Fujian, schools were closed and flights and trains cancelled. In neighboring Zhejiang, waterways were flooded. The storm is weakening as it heads inland, but forecasters warn heavy rain could affect at least 10 provinces. The next challenge is the amount of rain that Gaimi is set to unleash on areas already hit hard by torrential rain, landslides and flooding. Authorities have put out warnings that water levels in rivers and lakes could rise to dangerous levels, raising the risk of more flooding. It's such...
Yep, okay. And there's other places that are getting hit by heavy rains in Asia, and figure we'll look at one more place, that being Japan, where heavy rain in the north has forced hundreds to take shelter. Damn. That is a creepy photo. Jeez, that entire road is done. Okay. Well, that's going to end the environmental portion of this stream. We still got more to do, so don't run away yet. Can't even hear it. There we go. Hope everybody has been enjoying the stream somehow. If you haven't already, remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out. Other ways to help out include gifting subs and bits on Twitch, and or becoming a Patreon subscriber. That's right, you can become a Galactic producer and help make this show possible while also gaining access to some super sweet space benefits. Unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. That's right, just you. Get access to a whole host of super sweet perks. Alright chat, enjoy this quick Galactic intermission, and I'll be right back. Okay. It's time. That's right. The time is here. The final third of the Galactic show. That's right, it's global news time. However, as always, we must start global news with a little bit of space news. This is from NBC from 3 days ago. Space Company's Great Stratospheric Balloon.
And speaking of space, why use a telescope when you could snag an even more stellar view of the stars? Space tourism is absolutely growing, and while big companies are offering pricey commercial flights, some startups are going a different route. CNBC's Magdalena Petrova explains.
So we're standing in front of a mock-up of our space tourism capsule. The capsule itself is designed to carry 8 customers and 2 crew into the stratosphere. The actual capsules, inside of the capsule, there will be a center bar where people can gather, and then of course there will be a bathroom aboard the capsule, considering that these are going to be 6-hour-long flights.
Ryan Hartman is the CEO of Worldview. The Tucson, Arizona-based company was founded in 2012 and is one of a number of startups hoping to hoist tourists to the stratosphere using pressurized capsules and massive gas-filled balloons.
The largest balloon that we manufacture is for our space tourism business. It's about 600 feet long, which is the length of this entire table.
Worldview says that when fully inflated, its tourism balloons will be big enough to fit an entire football stadium on the inside and be able to lift over 10,000 pounds. But Worldview is not the only company working on this technology. Founded in 2019 in Florida, Space Perspective has raised around $80 million to date and recently revealed the design of its Spaceship Neptune capsule.
Spaceship Neptune is going up to 100,000 feet, approximately 20 miles above the Earth, where you can see that curvature of the Earth. You'll be able to see roughly 450 miles in every direction.
Recent polls show that only 35% of Americans say they would be interested in traveling on a...
So, yeah. Remember how they said that the space flights are super expensive? Let's move on. Actually, wait. I'll let them explain a little bit more. You'll see.
The start of which is generally accepted by the U.S. government to be around 80 kilometers, or around 50 miles above the Earth's surface. Instead, most of these balloons will reach heights of about 15 to 19 miles above the Earth's surface, flying in an area known as the stratosphere. For reference, this is still nearly 3 times higher than the altitude at which most commercial flights travel. We asked the companies about this detail. There were people that argued.
Okay, hold on. Which 8 rich people should be on the first dangerous voyage? It's a good question. They will definitely have to be rich. Prepare yourselves, chat. If you think plane flights are expensive, well, you're about to forget all about that. In a second.
Before we start flying with people.
Space Perspective and Worldview would not give CNBC an exact date for when they plan to begin commercial flights, but Zefalto said the company is aiming for 2025. When they do get off the ground, Worldview, Space Perspective, and Zefalto all say their experiences will last several hours. Prices per ticket vary, ranging from $50,000 per seat with Worldview to around $184,000 per seat with Zefalto.
Wow, that's pricey. $184,000 to fly in the balloon above the Earth, like quite a ways.
By comparison, the trips offered by Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin are much shorter and much more expensive. Virgin Galactic, for example, sells tickets to its 90-minute-long flight for $450,000
Oh, I guess it's
per
a
seat.
steal.
Compared to
Never
rocket-powered
mind.
space
I mean,
tourism, the physical sensation that passengers will experience on a stratosphere.
I love how they're trying to sell it. It's like, oh, as opposed to the competition, this is just a deal of a lifetime. Only $50,000 for the cheapest. My God, it sounds fun, but let me know when it's $50. Cause I've got the space station. It's pretty good. I've got a pretty good view from up here. No reason for me to be jumping into any balloons anytime soon. What a bargain, exactly. No, you don't need a house or college tuition. Just go to space for, well, not a minute. I think they said they're 6-hour flights. Still, though. What is that? $10,000 an hour? In what other circumstances are you willing to pay $10,000 an hour for anything? And if you are, in fact, that person that is comfortable with it, hey, have you seen my Patreon or Twitch? Because those are the two places I'm monetized right now. Yeah, no, won't be doing that. Till the balloon hits a climate change El Nino pocket of air. And then all hell breaks loose. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Is that how balloons work? Alright, let's talk global stuff. And immediately jump the pond over to the UK. This is a problem that we've been talking about one way or another. The affordability crisis, as well as the 2-child benefit cap, among other things. They all kind of meld into this one story. Channel 4 News from a day ago. Big rise in families using baby banks for essentials.
If this wasn't here, I don't know where I'd be.
Caris, an 18-month-old deacon, come to this baby bank in Bridgend each week. She's a cleaner at a local hospital and her partner works full-time in construction, but their wages haven't kept up with the booming cost of living and rising rents.
I was a bit anxious at first coming in because obviously like, oh, it's a charity, you know. I'm on maternity pay, my partner's working. Like, you feel like you shouldn't have to go to charities to help feed your family, you know. But I finally got the courage to do it. Yeah. I was so grateful. I got home and I cried. Like,
here, parents can pick up nappies, formula, cribs and clothes.
Even if it's just like nappies, well, Pampers is like £10 for a bag of nappies. That's £10 I can put in my savings, you know. And it doesn't seem like a lot of money to other people, but for people like me, £10 is a lot of money.
Okie dokie, Caris, what would you like this week? What do you need?
Please, can I get some wet why?
Of course.
Tracy's worked here for years, but has seen a marked change in the past 3.
We've got families coming into us now where mum is holding down a job, dad is holding down a job, sometimes 2 jobs at once.
And is there a sense that it's getting worse?
Frighteningly, yeah.
Baby banks across the UK say demand for their services rose by more than 50% between 2021 and 2023.
That's huge.
In the last year alone, nearly 200,000 babies and children living in poverty have been supported.
And they're trying to cut the benefits for children with all this going on. This is wild. This is wild. Should be ashamed, Keir Starmer. Should be ashamed, Mr. Starmer. And the fact is this is a trend that's happening not just in the UK. I think we did a story both about Canada and UK and United States food banks. I think we've done multiple stories about how this has been increasing because people are feeling the economic burden of inflation, of high interest rates, of all sorts of things happening all at once. Okay. Let's go to this. This is our last story in the UK here. Pro-Palestine demonstrators block the entrance to the UK Foreign Office. This is from Guardian News. Genocide made in Britain. The usual police crackdown, of course. Although they're never seemingly quite as heavy-handed as police in the U.S. Still, unnecessary crackdown on freedom of speech. That's what you get for objecting to your government's policies. Let's look at this. Let's go to Paris for a little bit. As the old Olympics are happening, we've been sort of, kind of, keeping track of this very loosely. Mostly to criticize them. Not gonna lie. But, might as well. Stay up to date on all this. Let's look at this. Inside the great stables at Versailles.
And we have more special coverage now from the Paris Olympics. This is one of the landmark venues. The Sun King's Palace will be the site for the equestrian competition. And Heather has a special look at one of the many architectural jewels at Versailles. She takes us inside the great stables.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not sure which is more impressive, the setting or the spectacle. I'm inside Le Grand Manège, the indoor arena of the great stables of the Palace of Versailles, a magnificent building restored in 2003 to house the National Equestrian Academy. These elite riders are practicing for the shows they perform here every weekend. And in fact, the moves that they're practicing right now date back hundreds of years, an art so refined that nobility from all around the area would come to Versailles to see it firsthand.
So yeah, performers and other equestrian sports Olympic athletes are going to be training and practicing at Versailles. Meanwhile, just around the corner, around the other areas of the Olympic venues, the social cleansing took place. Maybe even over a month ago it started, I think. They got rid of all the homeless people off the streets so that the visitors wouldn't see any of the, horrible inequality that would be inconvenient for spectators. Let's look at this, where the streets of Paris have become militarized. 75,000 troops on the streets as games near. BBC News from 2 days ago. It's a lot.
Now, in a first for the Olympics, Friday's opening ceremony will make its way through the heart of Paris along the River Seine. It is prompting a massive security operation. Our Paris correspondent Andrew Harding reports.
In the heart of Paris today, a checkpoint on every corner. And no access without a special permit.
I'm going to a shop, Rue Saint-Honoré.
Key roads blocked for the imminent Olympics.
I just wanted to make an exchange at a shop, and I'm going to need to go really far out of my way, but I still love Paris.
The security clampdown is making tourism complicated.
So you're stuck here?
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Sad.
Stranded behind barriers, local cafes are also losing out.
So at the moment, no business, no tourists.
No business, no tourists, yes. Economic is
weird.
Done.
But the tough security measures are designed to deliver a unique Olympic experience.
By the way, don't forget this. These Olympics, I think they cost, what was it, almost $10 billion? Something like that. Meanwhile, local economy, not seeing a lot of boost since they're being completely walled off by military.
With Friday's opening ceremony taking place here on the River Seine. The French army has also been called in for the biggest military deployment in Paris since World War II.
Jesus Christ.
Les démineurs. We have demining teams and dog teams, says the general in charge, Lionel Qatar. There are anti-drone systems, radars, and divers patrolling the River Seine.
Good God. There's no way all of this is necessary. Doesn't seem. It seems a little bit much. I'm sure you could get the same amount done with half of the people. Ah, boy. Okay. Let's look at this from a day ago. Let's go to Austria. Hero News. Austrian police trialed tasers in Vienna ahead of potential rollout across the force.
Austrian police are trialling the taser electroshock weapon system as they consider rolling it out across the entire force. Around 70 taser units are being used in the trial in 3 high-crime areas in the capital, Vienna. A police spokesperson rejected claims that the potential adoption of the weapon was due to increased violence between migrant gangs in the country. Austria has been reluctant to roll out the use of the taser due to reports of people dying after getting electroshocked.
Yeah. But fuck it, right? Might as well roll them out. Didn't I do a wonderful job on the whale? Did I? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Its name is Sita. Sita the whale. Okay. Already write that down. Alright, let's go on to this. This is live, well, not live footage, but was live footage of Ukrainian defense systems destroying dozens of Russian drones launched over Kyiv. From a day ago at Global News here.
Ukrainian authorities say Russia launched an overnight drone attack on its capital. Air raid sirens sounded all over Kyiv while searchlights scanned the sky for Russian drones. Explosions could be seen and heard as the drones were taken out by the air defense systems. Ukraine says its forces destroyed 25 Russian attack drones out of 38 that were launched.
This attack comes 31 months after Russia invaded Ukraine, triggering the ongoing war between the neighboring nations. Even global news is forgetting history. It didn't actually start in 2022. Like everyone keeps sort of claiming. It didn't. It started 8 years before that, in 2014, when they first invaded the Donbass and the Crimea. Unless you want to count the in-between time as peace, but whatever. I mean, maybe. I guess if that's what people are doing, fine. But I feel like I hear that all the time. Everybody just forgets about that happening. Do we do this right now? How deep are we into the stream? 3.5 hours. What else we got to look at? Let's look at a little piece of this. BBC News from 2 days ago. Ukraine frontline report. The deadly new weapon of drone warfare. Go web go.
With little movement on the front line, apart from limited Russian gains in pockets in the east, Ukraine's use of drones has proved a vital tool in stopping the Russians. Our correspondent Quentin Somerville and camera journalist Darren Conway have spent time with a drone unit at the front near the town of Lipsy. They sent this special report.
Russia's invasion has cast Ukraine into darkness, and its people deep into war's bleak future. It's a new deadly threat that keeps Kharkiv awake at night. Swarms of Russian drones drove Svetlana from her village Lipsy near the Russian border.
Things were flying over you, right over you, and near you. Everything was shooting all around. Everything was exploding all around. Everything was banging. It was so scary there. It was impossible to even get out of the cellar. It was very, very scary. Just remembering it now makes me scared. Very, very scared.
Hidden in underground command centres in Kharkiv, the National Guard's drone team battle day and night to keep the threat at bay.
A FPV drone can take 1 or 2 kilograms bomb that hit it directly to the enemy shelter, enemy infantry, and enemy armored vehicle.
They're cheap and devastatingly precise. Here, Anas's team hunts a Russian soldier.
There is no way to be alive after FPV drone hitting.
And another threat, glide bombs fitted with guidance systems allow Russian aircraft to attack from beyond the battlefield, literally gliding onto their target. They are turning Lipsy to dust. With drone jamming equipment on their vehicle, Aeneas takes us to Lipsy for a closer look.
Aeneas, we're going very fast. Why is that? Is it because it's
because of drones?
Because of the drones?
Because of drones, yes.
It's dangerous here.
Here is a lot of Russian FPV drones.
A lot of it, Russian FPV drones.
A lot of them. That's why we're using now our jamming system.
But it doesn't stop all drones, and once out in the open, they're exposed.
10 meters between us.
Yep. So we have...
That's pretty fucking scary, not gonna lie. Having someone chase you down with a fucking drone with a bomb strapped to it. For fuck's sake. How about we all just get along? How does that sound? Alright, let's go to Africa. Got a few stories to talk about here first. I mean, technically, this is, well, not just Africa that this is affecting, but it is how they talk about this particular issue. Through Africa, in this particular case, new HIV drug, 100% effective. But why does it cost $40,000?
Follow the rich wave, man.
Russia's credit.
In the back streets of this Malawian village, the room this young girl lives in, a sex worker pushed into it by the need to feed her family.
I've been living here for 3 months now.
This in a country that has one of the highest HIV rates in the world. Are you okay? Yet she has no means of protecting herself.
Sorry.
They agree that
I was reading chat and not reading what she was saying. Sometimes I get beaten by the men that pick me up. Most of them are usually drunk.
they agree that they must use condoms.
Most, although some don't agree.
And when they don't agree, what do you do?
I still have sex with them because I need the money.
How do you protect yourself from pregnancy or HIV?
After unprotected sex, I go buy some pills.
What pills?
I get them from the private pharmacy.
Pregnancy or HIV?
Pregnancy.
Right, so no protection from HIV. Okay. And this is repeated in so many countries across the world. The complexity of the virus, its ability to change, has made it so far impossible to develop a vaccine which would produce antibodies against HIV, giving long-term protection. But now there is a new drug, lenacapavir.
2 1.5 milliliter subcutaneous injections are required to complete the dose.
Developed by the pharmaceutical company Gilead, which is being described as close to a vaccine as we have ever come.
We're talking worldwide, 60 million people taking this drug to really drive down HIV infection rates. But what would that be like? Imagine a world where girls can grow up in Africa and not get HIV. In some of these countries, by the time a woman's 24, she's got a 20% chance of being HIV infected, even higher in some countries. Being able to shut that down is an amazing opportunity.
The trial results made headlines. 5,338 women in South Africa and Uganda at high risk of HIV infection were enrolled. None of the 2,134 women who took lenacapavir was infected. An incredibly effective prevention. But it is expensive. Gilead currently charges $40,000 American for the twice-yearly injection, way beyond the means of the countries most impacted by this virus.
Insane.
Today at the World AIDS Conference in Munich, however, Dr. Hill presented evidence to show that this drug could be manufactured for $40 a year. How do you calculate that?
We've looked at the chemical structure of the drug. We've looked at what it's made of. We've spoken to the large generic companies who've told us they could make it for this price. We've looked at all the raw ingredients. We've seen where they're being made, and we've seen how the drug could be put together.
So yeah, they are charging 1,000 times the cost of the manufacturing of the drug, purely for profit. No way are they concerned about the actual underlying problem which this drug is intended to deal with, how it affects society. No, none of that is important. Just the bottom line. It's disgusting. That's fucking terrible. Now, let's look at one more other health crisis type of situation that is also happening in Africa. This is in Congo. Children at risk as Mpox variant spreads through Congolese camps.
Seven-year-old Grace Kabuo and her playmates carry the scars of their battles with disease. They are among hundreds of thousands forced to flee violence in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo to camps near the city of Goma. But now, having found sanctuary, they've come up against a different threat. A new variant of Mpox, a viral infection transmitted through close contact, is spreading, with children appearing to bear the brunt of infections. Grace's mother, Denise Kahindo, says her daughter has now recovered.
I don't know how or by whom my child had been contaminated. I just watched helplessly as the symptoms appeared on her body.
Mpox is usually mild, but it can kill. It causes flu-like symptoms and pus-filled lesions on the body. There have been 35 confirmed cases in Goma since July 10th, mainly among adults living in the displacement camps. But
so yeah, not good. The fact is, it's all happening in refugee camps. So, you know, seems like a solvable situation. Okay. Let's move on to this story. This is from BBC from a day ago. According to them, North Korean hackers are trying to steal nuclear secrets.
Well, let's turn to another breaking development in the last hour, because the US, the UK and South Korea have jointly accused North Korea of using a cyber espionage group to steal sensitive and classified data to advance Pyongyang's military and nuclear ambitions. Well, let's get the latest on that breaking story. Let's cross to our security correspondent in the newsroom, Gordon Carrera. And Gordon, tell us more.
Yes, this is an advisory just put out in the last hour or so, a joint one by, as you said, the US, the UK and South Korea, warning of a specific North Korean hacking group, codenamed Anduril, which they accuse of stealing quite interesting information, military and defence and even nuclear information, going after particularly companies, everything from military hardware to uranium enrichment in the nuclear field to drone technology, and trying to get hold of that for North Korea. A couple of interesting things, I think, about this. The fact that it's a joint advisory from these countries, the fact that they name some of the other countries being targeted as well, including, they say, I think, India and Japan, but also the fact they say that this group funds itself through ransomware. That's typically something we associate with criminals. And what they're claiming is that they have attacked US hospitals and healthcare organisations to effectively steal money in order to support their espionage operations. So a claim that this is a kind of group which mixes criminal and nation-state espionage in its work, all on behalf of North Korea.
That's not great. We've been talking about North Korea sort of stepping up its tactics, if you will. ChatGPT charges for API access. Oh, because of Nightbot? Is that what we're talking about? Okay. This is a frustrating story. It's our last. Actually, no, it's aren't our. This is not. I take it back. And actually, this is the wrong order. You know what? We'll look at this one later. I don't feel like going backwards. Let's go to this. Yeah, let's go here. Global news from 2 days ago. Car bomb attack in Moscow injures Russian military intelligence officer and his wife. Russian military intelligence officer and his wife were reportedly severely injured after a bomb attack in Moscow on July 24th. Man just started his car, his vehicle, and it looked like something detonated.
Видимо, произошла детонация, то есть в нем находились какие-либо,
So something was inside the car, detonated, caused an explosion.
Что-либо находилось и произошла детонация, взрыв произошел. Видел то, что к мужчине, который сидел за транспортным средством, набрали группу лиц, подошли к нему и вывели, так как у него ноги отказали по-любому, потому что взрыв был в машине, там двигатель, ходовая система, все полетело.
In the blast, the male victim had his feet blown off and 5 other vehicles were damaged, as reported by a Russian state news agency.
Взрыв был достаточно такой мощный, было его слышно на несколько кварталов по-любому.
That is horrifying. Now, there's been no one has claimed responsibility for this attack. So there's no clear motive, no clear responsible party. We could speculate as to what it might be, but I think that would be in vain. Let's go on to this. Our last story in Asia, technically, although this is in international waters between Asia and the United States. Global news from a day ago. U.S. and Canada fighter jets intercept Russian and Chinese bombers near Alaska. I've got a bit of a Top Gun situation going on here.
The North American Aerospace Defense Command, also known as NORAD, says it intercepted 2 Russian and 2 Chinese bombers flying near Alaska. The intercept was carried out by U.S. and Canadian fighter jets. NORAD says the bombers remained in international airspace and were not seen as a threat. China and Russia have confirmed that they had conducted a joint air patrol over the Bering Sea, which divides Russia and Alaska. NORAD says it will continue to monitor competitor activity near North America and meet, quote, presence with presence.
This was not a surprise to us. We closely monitored these aircraft, tracked the aircraft, intercepted the aircraft, and which demonstrates that our forces are at the ready all the time, and we have very good surveillance capabilities. And it's the first time that we've seen these two countries fly together. They didn't enter our airspace. I think the closest point of approach was about 200 miles off of our coast. So, but this is a thing that we track very closely. We're able to intercept, and if it happens again, if there's any kind of challenge from any direction, I have every confidence that NORTHCOM and NORAD will be at the ready and will be able to intercept. In terms of the relationship between Russia and China, this is a relationship that we have been concerned about throughout, mostly because we're concerned about China providing support to Russia's illegal and unnecessary war in Ukraine. And we've seen evidence of that. And we would hope that that would cease going forward. We'll see what happens and how this relationship continues to develop. We will remain focused on protecting the homeland.
My browser just had a fucking meltdown. There we go. Okay, there we go. Been a while since Alaska was in the news. Fair point. You're welcome. Best news ever, huh? More escalations in the Pacific. All right, let's go to the Middle East. Talk about Israel. But in case people missed any of this coverage from earlier today, I figured we'd look at a little bit more stuff relating to Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the United States.
Illegal.
Let's go here. Associated Press from a day ago. Netanyahu meets with Biden in the Oval Office, of all places. That face right there is like, am I doing something bad? I feel like that's what that face is. Oh, God. Why? Go web go.
Welcome. Well, welcome back, Mr. Prime Minister. We got a lot to talk about. I think we should get to it, but the floor is yours.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli Prime Minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel, and I look.
I think Biden is actually starting to come to terms with just how toxic his support of Israel is. My God, that face says it all. Oh my God, why is my browser acting like this?
To discussing with you today and working with you in the months ahead on the great issues before us.
I look forward to it as well. By the way, that first meeting with Prime Minister Golda Meir, and she had an assistant sitting next to me, a guy named Rabin.
And then immediately after, he forgot that and got excited about talking about other times he had fun with Israeli prime ministers. My God. This guy. So glad we don't have to support him. Alright, let's quickly look at this. This is from a day ago. Associated Press. Protesters gather outside White House as Netanyahu meets with Biden.
Illegal.
So right, so correct, so absolutely should definitely.
It's a great puppet, by the way. Really well done. Very accurate. R.I.P. humanity.
Everyone knows the war crimes. Everyone has seen them. The images are coming out every day from Gaza and all of Palestine, and I'm absolutely disgusted that he's here.
We all are. Besides from this guy. Okay, and our last piece on all of this being the visit of Bibi. Here's Bernie Sanders from a day ago. Video title: Yesterday, Mr. Netanyahu lied.
I don't want reality.
No, Mr. Netanyahu, it is not anti-Semitic or pro-Hamas to point out that in a little over 6 months, your extremist government has killed 34,000 Palestinians and wounded more than 78,000, 70% of whom are women and children. It is not anti-Semitic to point out that your bombing has completely destroyed more than 221,000 housing units in Gaza, leaving more than 1 million people homeless, almost half the population.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu is set to address a joint meeting of Congress, with pressure mounting to deliver a ceasefire and bring the surviving hostages home after 9 months of brutal war in Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel's military pummeling southern Gaza Monday in a safe zone, it says targeting militants, but killing at least 70, injuring 200.
You do not honor a foreign leader by addressing a joint session of Congress who is currently engaged in creating the worst humanitarian disaster in the modern history of this country.
Do not insult the intelligence of the American people by attempting to distract us from the immoral and illegal war policies of your extremist and racist government. Do not use anti-Semitism to deflect attention from the criminal indictment you are facing in the Israeli courts. It is not anti-Semitic to hold you accountable for your actions.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh yeah, that was good. It was nice to hear from Bernie Sanders just now. That was well said. Well said. Now let's go here. This is Associated Press from a day ago. Footage of protesters calling for a deal as Netanyahu addressed the United States Congress.
I want to tell my Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, my grandfather could have been alive today with us. He was waiting for someone to come and save him. He was waiting for you to seal the deal. My grandfather is still abandoned in captivity. Every day that passes and our people are still there. It's a shame to our country. That's not the country that I was raised to love. Seal the deal. Bring them home now. Bring us home now.
They don't have subtitles for that. Okay. So yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu went to tell everybody 60 minutes of lies in U.S. Congress. Meanwhile, people in Israel were very pissed off about that and wondering why he wasn't actively working on the ceasefire deal that we've been talking about for, well, which one? I mean, the most recent one for like 3 months, but we've talked about a handful of different deals that he's turned down over the last 9. Now, let's see what, oh god, what's this asshole's name again? I wanted to call him Matt Miller, but this is not Matt Miller. This is, John Kirby. John Kirby, he came out to talk about the supposed ceasefire deal that we were just referencing. According to him, it's closer than ever before.
I don't want reality.
Is it closer? Is it closer? Is it closer, John? In what way?
There are gaps that remain, and our team continues to work with our counterparts in the region to see if we can't close those gaps. We believe that they are of a nature where they can be closed and that we can achieve a deal. But it's going to require, as it always does, some leadership, some compromise, and an effort to get there. The President will be reaffirming for Prime Minister Netanyahu that he believes we need to get there, and we need to get there soon. We want to get all the hostages home, clearly, the Americans in particular. And that's why...
Clearly, it's not clear at all, because we've gone 9 months without getting the American hostages home. So, it's much more opaque than it is clear. In fact, I would say it's like a solid brick.
This deal is so important, Peter, and we are close. We are closer now, we believe, than we've been before. The gaps are closable, no question about that. And we believe, the President believes, that getting that hostage deal in place, getting that 6-week ceasefire, that's the best way to get all these loved ones back with them.
We're back to talking about the 6-week ceasefire now, not the permanent one? Jesus Christ, John. Get it together, pal. This guy sucks. And yes, of course, there is a 6-week deal. There's a 6-week ceasefire involved in the deal, but the fact that he's not talking about the permanent ceasefire part of the deal is concerning. It's making it seem like we're helping Israel walk back aspects of this deal, which is not what we need. It's not what the Palestinians need, especially. This is not what the world needs. What we need is a permanent ceasefire. Both sides. Everybody just, you know... That's right, I said it. Even though it's complete bullshit. It's not like Hamas is, like, in Israel doing things, right? Like, they are. You know, not the ones causing this. They already accepted the deal. They already accept, but no. Israel doesn't want to, because they'd rather continue massacring Palestinian civilians on a daily basis. Oh, God. What do we do next? We're defining Shonda right now? Is this what we're doing? Okay. Where we go now? What do we got left? This. In fact, this video is probably going to stay in this playlist of mine for quite some time. You will be seeing this again, I can promise you. But, here you go. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, I'll let him say it.
I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident.
Wow.
Where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people. The answer is practically none.
Wow.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way,
Bullshit.
something people said we could never do, but we did it. The war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between...
We don't need to hear the rest of it. We just need to hear him claiming that Israel has barely killed any civilians. Maybe a dozen or two. That's what he's claiming. Not 38,000. Not over 150,000 or whatever that last number that we looked at on the Lancet article. which definitely exceeds 6 figures. No, just one accident. Okay, if you say so, pal. But that's just fucking nonsense. And we're gonna keep hearing that over and over again in this stream. I'm sorry for that, but that is just maybe his most egregious lie so far. And I think, will provide context for many of the things that we are always seemingly looking at on there. Hopefully we will never have to see another video of civilians fleeing bombs, being decapitated, things like that. We won't have to see any more children, dead babies or anything like that. But I find it unlikely, considering I don't know. So yeah, seems like Benjamin Netanyahu lied, and civilians are dying left and right still. Have been the whole time. Oh god, chat, I just realized I was so I was so focused on everything. I'm so sorry. But that was actually the last video. I was not paying any attention. You all made it this far, and for that I applaud you. Well, it's been quite a night. Took a long road through Doom County, it would seem. Thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoab, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too by clicking that link in chat. For just a few US dollars a month, gain access to all sorts of space benefits, while also making sure the Galactic News Network continues to do what we do here. Write that down.
Science.
I thought that's just all about that.
I see some ones in chat.